We get started? What do you think? Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to begin this evening with Megan Nampa. Hi, Megan. Megan is pastor at Trinity Lutheran Church, and thank you so much for opening us in prayer. So let's stand, and after Megan prays, we'll also do the pledge.
Great. Gracious God, we lift before you all who govern this city of Nampa. This evening we pray especially for our elected leaders and all who speak in this space. In the heat of summer, in the midst of construction, forest fires, county fairs, we pause and lift up this city to your care. Bless Nampa. Make it a place of safety for all people, rich and poor. Give us grace to work for a city where neighborhoods remain vibrant and whole, where the lost and the forgotten in society are always supported. Make the diverse fabric of the city a delight to all who live and visit here, and a strong bond uniting people around common goals for the good of all, but especially the marginalized. We pray tonight with grateful hearts. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Megan, thank you for opening us in prayer, and thank you for all you do for our community. It's appreciated. So let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Bruner.
Here.
Kogaboom.
Here.
Levi.
Present.
Haverfield.
Here.
Skog.
Yes.
Okay, so, and I didn't start with this, but I'm going to go back to welcoming, everyone that's here this evening. Thank you for joining us this evening. And for those of us that are watching online, thank you for joining us online. This is a reminder that anyone that is speaking tonight, it's important that you pull the mic down and speak into it. And that's for the people that are watching online. And then for those of us sitting up here, it's also our reminder that we always speak right into the mic for those that are at home. So it's always hard to remember. So that said, let's start. We'll jump into our agenda and proposed amendments to the agenda. I think we may have one. Councilman Skog.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, there's no need for the executive session that's been scheduled.
You mean we're going to be home by 1 o'clock in the morning then?
I will be.
That's awesome. Okay. Thank you very much. And consent agenda, I would stand for a motion to approve our agenda and consent agenda.
So moved, Mayor.
I'll second that, Mayor.
And all in favor? Is that a roll call? I don't have it on as roll call.
Yeah,
It is, okay. Roll call.
Kogaboom.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Skog.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Thank you. We don't have any proclamations this evening, so we're going to move right into the time on our agenda where we give people an opportunity to speak on an agenda item or non-agenda item. And so we're going to start in this section when you do have an opportunity to speak, just for those of you that maybe haven't done it before. When you come forward, please state your name, your address, and what organization you're with, the topic that you're speaking on. And I think we're going to start with non-agenda items. So is there anyone here this evening that would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda? Come on up and... Thank you for stating your name again and address.
I'm Tom Wedevin, 2001 South Palomar Court, Nampa, Idaho.
Pull that mic right up there. And the next person, since you're so tall, is going to have to push it down.
Well, I'll lean down.
Thank you.
There, I got it, huh? Okay, I noticed articles in the paper yesterday about Valley Transit, and I read an article about 3 months ago, and then it raised questions in my mind about how everything is funded. And I know we're part of the senior center, and a lot of those folks take Valley Transit. So I have an interest in that, and it's a good service. But I just had some questions from this article, and I can show it to you maybe after I speak. According to Valley Transit, $10 million has been set aside for the budget for the Valley, for Valley Transit. It's $10 million. And I had some questions about how much of that money is actually spent in Nampa. Okay, and I'm not going to ask you to answer. These are just questions I had, and I don't pretend to know all the issues. How many Nampa residents ride buses and vans per month? I have some friends, handicapped and also elderly that ride the service. But I'm talking with them, the buses aren't very full. In addition to providing transportation for residents, how is money being spent? We got $10 million here. How is that money being spent in our Nampa area? And then the news article I read says there's a shortfall in Nampa Transit's budget. And I was trying to figure out how that played in, and that we won't be able to serve an area of people that have had transportation in the past. And then how much of the 10 million goes to like Boise? What accountability does Valley Transit have to the city of Boise? Okay. I guess it seems like this is a really costly thing. I'm not a mathematician, but I'm very concerned about the essential infrastructure. We did a lot of research, wonderful research in the city of all the different departments, and I think that should be a priority, including the safety of the city, our families, and police, and all those things. I think I would like to see those be a priority before we jump into a $10 million, I don't know where that money goes and how it's spent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And Tom, we may actually connect you. It'd be good for you to connect with our Valley Regional Transit people that are here tonight, because they'll be able to answer some of those questions for you.
Would that happen publicly or by myself?
Well, they're going to share some answers tonight, possibly. So, great. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on a non-agenda item this evening? Okay, so let's go over here, and then we're going to come to you, Jerry. Okay. And thank you for going back through name and address.
Yes, my name is Deborah Wedevin. My address is 2001 South Palomar Court in Nampa, Idaho. And I'm wanting to just talk about action item, looks like 8021, opposing the right to disclaim and recover any portion of the foregone revenue, with concern for our police and our firefighters and possibly emergency funds, that money might be available for it. So I would just like to speak in opposition of that. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're speaking in opposition, asking that we not disclaim foregone. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
not
you.
disclaim it.
Thank you. Jerry Cornelius. And I'll let you state your address since I stated your name.
Okay.
Thank you.
My address is 11335 West Shea Parkway, Nampa, Idaho. I'm a board member of the Canyon County Historical Society, and I recently saw Debbie's vision for rebranding the city and maybe making it Nampa your hometown. And it occurred to me we need to do some rebranding as well, because nobody knows what the Canyon County Historical Society is or does. We are the Nampa Depot, your museum, and we need to communicate that to people. We became the Canyon County Historical Society because Union Pacific years ago decided they didn't need the depot anymore, and they were either going to tear it down or give it to someone who would maintain it. The city didn't want it, and the Fred Christensen led a group and got the Rotary Club behind it and said, we'll take it. Union Pacific said, no, we have to have more solid organization than that. We need a historical society. So a group of people formed the Canyon County Historical Society. The Canyon County Commissioners agreed to levy a historical preservation fee, and that money has supported the Canyon County Historical Society and the museum. Subsequently, the Gully family in Caldwell donated a museum, the Our Memories Museum, so that's the Caldwell Museum, also under the auspices of the Historical Society. However, because it is a Caldwell Museum, the city of Caldwell supports it financially. City of Nampa has never given any support to our museum, in spite of the fact that the iconic building the Historical Society owns, the depot, is the logo of the city of Nampa, and it's on the police cars and uniforms, etc. And yet the city doesn't give any support to that at all. And here I was suggesting to Debbie that we would like to see that happen. She reminded me that the budget is complete for this year, but there is the hearing tonight. And so invited me to come and speak for just 3 minutes. That's incidentally the shortest time I have ever spoken in my life, and makes me very nervous. But bottom line, we lost funding through a reorganization of the county commissioners who have taken some of that money and spread it to other cities. And so we are about $30,000 short. And so I'm hoping that in your deliberations and looking at the budget, there might be, out of $127 million, $30,000 spilt, dropped on the floor or something that you could pick up for us. And in any event, I want you to be aware of us because we'll be back. Thank you.
Jerry, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Deborah Curry.
Good evening.
Thank you for stating your address.
1028 Heartland Drive. Since the early 90s, the Americans for the Arts, which was founded over 50 years ago, has conducted extensive surveys gathering impressive data regarding the economic impact of the arts. In 2015, they conducted the most comprehensive study of its kind for nonprofit organizations covering all 50 states and the District of Columbia. The nonprofits art industry generated over $166 billion of economic activity in 2015, of which more than $102 billion was spent by their audiences. That's approximately 32% more in audience-generated revenue over direct artist-generated revenue. We're talking collateral dollars here. Businesses that had no direct involvement in the arts benefited from the arts being there. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis shows us that when we include the for-profit sector with nonprofit, the results are truly mind-blowing. The combination of profit and nonprofit art sectors is a whopping $730 billion industry. That's 4.2% of the nation's GDP, a larger share of the economy than transportation or tourism, agriculture, or construction. So what does this mean to the local economy? When patrons attend an art event, they often eat dinner at a local restaurant, they'll enjoy drinks or dessert afterwards, and then do shopping at some neighborhood stores. The typical attendee spends more than $31 per person per event, over and above the cost of admission to that event. And 34% of attendees weren't even from the county in which the art event took place. Beyond the economics, investing in the arts also preserves and promotes the culture and history of our community. As you well know, Nampa is exploding in population. We have families moving here from all over in record numbers. It's critical that we welcome these folks with open arms and roll out the Nampa red carpet, helping them share their experiences. But it's equally important that these new families learn and come to appreciate and identify with the rich heritage that's Nampa. The only way to accomplish this is through the arts and cultural events, the history of our community. You will be finalizing 2019 budget. It may not be possible to set aside substantial funding for promotion of the arts and our culture and history in the upcoming year, but I strongly encourage you to consider anything you can do in the near term with a view to future initiatives for the arts. You don't have to choose between art funding and economic development. Choosing the arts is choosing economic development and preserving our culture and our history. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to testify or speak on behalf of an agenda item or non-agenda item? Yes. And thank you for stating your name and address.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ruben Santos. Address 3425 East Greenhorse, Nampa. I am here to speak regarding Route 51. Can you guys allow me your, so I can show the picture and please? I just want to say that it's beneficial to continue the Route 51.
Could I suggest something? Could you take that out of your book and just lay your map down, but keep the book with you? That way you can speak into the microphone. Tom, could you help him do that? And then we'll give that back to you, but there you go. That way we can hear you and those at home can hear you. Thank you.
I just want to say that it's beneficial to continue with the Route 51. It covers many arteries in Nampa, has a good connection and support the inter-county routes. Like you can see, the Route 51 starts at 12th Avenue in Greenhorse. So one of the connections, we have Iowa in 12, and will continue to Hawaii, Holly, 16, Garrity. At the Idaho Center, they have another connection, which is good for the inter-county, the 42, the 40, and the 45. The next connection will be CWI, the same thing. Coming back, the next connection will be downtown Nampa, 7 and 12 for the Route 52, and eventually we'll come back up to 16, Holly, and back to Greenhorse. I believe it could be improved with the minor changes. Starting at the Greenhorse Walmart stop, at the 6:30 and stay 6:45 will improve the connection with the routes 40, 42, and 45. And here's my Here's the little sketch I draw it. So we'll actually started in Greenhorse, and we'll have a transfer point 12 in Iowa. And going to CWI, we'll have the transfer point at the East Gate in CWI. And coming back, we could add another transfer point in downtown, 10th Avenue and 2nd Street, to make it more efficient for the Route 52, which right now they have only the transfer point 7 and 12. And also, we can continue the service at the non-peak hours and cut the 15-minute service. This will assist the senior and veterans and low-income families, and there is the only transportation they have. So, thank you.
Mr. Santos, I just want to say thank you. I so appreciate you coming with solutions and suggestions, and that is very helpful. And I'm watching Valley Regional Transit take notes and to pay attention to your suggestions, because it is my desire that we make sure that we provide the services to our citizens that they need. And so thank you for, one, coming tonight, and thank you for also bringing suggestions. It's greatly appreciated.
Very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank
and allowing
you.
me. Anyone has a questions?
Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Santos, are you a rider of the bus system?
I am a driver, and I work for the last 13 years for Valley Drive, so I am a driver and concerned citizen for the people that ride the bus in the Canyon County. And I think it's a great system, so, maybe we can give it a chance so things they can improve.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you were able, as the mayor said, to offer solutions, and so you have firsthand knowledge of what would be more efficient, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that came that would like to speak prior to the council meeting on an agenda or non-agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the next item on our agenda. And that is mayor and council comments, and I don't think I have any additional comments this evening. Council, do you have any comments or reports that you'd like to provide?
I do have a comment, if you could, Mayor. Now, Jerry, and I don't remember your last name. Cornelius, that's what I thought. I was going to call him.
He's a tennis player, not a golfer.
That's why. It's important that we have our history in the city of Nampa, and right now we don't. And also, when you go downtown, you can look at that mural you have on the wall, and the horses are falling apart. And so when you go downtown, expect to see our history, where Nampa began, where we weren't even, I think we were, it was called Jerusalem. It wasn't even called Nampa, right?
New Jerusalem.
New Jerusalem. Well, where is that anywhere in the city of Nampa? It's not, right, Jerry?
Right.
Yeah. So I like that idea of bringing more art, more history, because like Deborah said, that brings so much to our community. And boy, I tell you, I just hope we can do something, and thank you for coming forward with that information. So.
Let me just respond and say that that's our vision as well. We would like to work more and more with the city and with downtown Nampa to enhance that vision, and we're ready and willing. Call on us.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Deborah.
Thank you. And that comment that was just made by Jerry Cornelius was that they would like to continue to work with the city. That's for the people listening that couldn't hear. So that they would like to continue to work with the city and continue that vision. I will say that we are going to be embarking on a 10-year strategic plan for the city. And Bobby so noted, right, both of these items from a budgetary standpoint. So hopefully this next year in our budgeting process, we put these things in the budget. And that we find a way to move forward and do what you're doing. And what Deborah suggested, what you've suggested, and there are other things too. So as we move into this 10-year strategic plan, we will be reaching out to our citizens for their input, which is extremely important. So we'll look forward to that.
Mayor, thanks, Sherry, for the report. One thing the public can do, comments, I pulled out my membership card, is the public can purchase a membership with the Canyon County Historical Society. I'm sure Jerry would provide information if you're interested in the crowd tonight. You can go to their website. The family membership's a good deal. It includes free entrance into the museums and other little perks. So it's one way the public can support, if not through tax dollars, at least voluntary support. So hopefully the public is aware of this and go buy a membership. Yep. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a time for agency and external communications, and the first communication will be VRT Service Changes presentation with Stephen Hunt.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Glad to be here, and thank you, Leslie, for helping me out with the presentation over there. So my name is Stephen Hunt, and I'm Principal Planner at Valley Regional Transit, and I'm here to talk to you about the impacts of needing to make a service reduction because of the shortfall in Canyon County revenues for transit. Earlier this month, you had a presentation by Rhonda Jalbert, and she presented the details of that budget need. And what I wanted to talk about today was both the impacts of those service reductions that we'll need to be making, the timing of that, and our involvement with the public, as well as how we want to move forward with transit in Nampa and in Canyon County generally. So we'll be talking a little bit about the plans that the VRT board adopted in April, which was called Valley Connect 2.0, which are about how we grow transit to help meet the travel demands and the development that's coming to the Treasure Valley. So that's what we'll be talking about tonight. First, I wanted to go to the next slide. First, we wanted to talk a little bit about performance of the existing system. So we looked at the third quarter of 2018, and we compared that to the third quarter of 2017, and we see that there's been a decline in ridership from third quarter to 17 to third quarter of 18. But what we want to point out in this is when we look at the year-to-date, we've hit the bottom, so to speak, and we're rebounding with our ridership. The third quarter is outperforming our year-to-date performance, and when we look at the last since April, when we look at the April 2018 to April 2017, services in Nampa have performed as well as they did in 2017, with about 48,000 boardings in those months. So while there's still a decline year to date, and there was in the last quarter, we have stopped the bleeding, so to speak, and have a stronger ridership moving forward. And that's in large part, we feel, due to the service changes that we did in January, where we were able to make changes to how the 51, 2, 3, and 4 operated, providing more service to new areas such as the marketplace, and improving the connections up and down the boulevard. So we're excited about where that ridership is going from here forward. Next slide. To report out specifically on the ridership of the services in Nampa, we have the inter-county routes, and this is the last 3 months of ridership, both the total ridership as well as the productivity. So that's the boardings per hour. That's typically the measure that we use. Number of people who get on a bus for every hour of service. So on the inter-county services, we're carrying between 7,000 and 8,000 boardings a month, with just over 6 boardings per hour. The two Nampa routes, the 51 and the 52, the 51 carries just over 1,100 boardings a month, roughly, with boardings per hour between 3 and 4, and 52, which is the combination of the other routes that the changes we made in January, has had performance that's really improved since the first of the year. And we're seeing ridership that almost compares with the inter-county services, so between 6 and 7 boardings per hour, which we're encouraged by and like to see. The other thing that I'll mention here is when we look at on-time performance, which was another thing that we have had trouble with in the past in terms of how on time our buses have been. We've seen an improvement in the Route 51 performance, going from about 50% on time to about 75% on time. We're still having issues with the 52, and we'll be addressing those in this upcoming service change as well. So next slide. there's been a lot of discussion about how can we quantify the number of people and the value that transit brings to Canyon County or to Nampa specifically. So when we look at this, and when we look at our ridership and our use of passes, we estimate that there are so with 158,000 boardings last year in Canyon County, we estimate that there are about 2,200 what we call active riders in Canyon County. So that's somebody who's using the bus once a month or more often. And that's based on the frequency that people are using passes and how often and what the total ridership is. So from there, when we look at the total contributions that we receive from Canyon County, so this is not just Nampa's contributions, but these were the requests that we made in 2018 for all of the Canyon County jurisdictions for service. There's also the other allocation that we collect, but this is just for service. That's about $460,000, which comes out to be about $210 per person per year. When you compare that to the total of 158,000 boardings, that comes out to be a local contribution of just under $3 a trip, and that's leveraged with federal funds as well as fares that we collect, and we collect about 55 cents per trip in fares.
Stephen, if there's a question, do you mind if we pause you along the way?
I don't.
Okay, Councilman Brunner.
Yeah, just question, and thank you for this information. I appreciate that. But now on the 2,200 estimate, as far as per month, Canyon County, do you have any estimates of just Nampa initial boardings?
So we can dig into that a little bit more. We'll need to
Okay,
look at.
I didn't see it in the, maybe it's there and I haven't seen it. But
No, we were.
Okay, go ahead.
This is for Canyon County total, and so this is the number of active riders that we assume, individuals that we assume are in Canyon County based on pass usage. So the total number of boardings that occur in Canyon County is between 11 and 12,000 for the last several months.
And Stephen, you understand what I'm asking though, is specifically
To Nampa.
initiate a boarding in the city of Nampa. Okay.
So kind of what I'm hearing is the ability then initiating in Nampa, maybe returning in Nampa in the afternoon, right? So we're looking at
Well, I'm talking about somebody starting in Nampa.
individuals that, so we can
Begin
look,
in Nampa.
we can look at the boardings that are occurring in Nampa and get some kind of estimate.
That's what we're
for-
about as the city of Nampa and as far as funding for the city of Nampa, so.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Sure thing. And as far as the rates, we would assume that those wouldn't be far off from where wouldn't be far off from where they would be countywide. So in terms of the share and the rates there. So, and for comparison, we just wanted to look at what it costs to drive, what it costs to take other modes of transportation besides fixed route service. And so we looked at a couple of different scenarios where if you're doing a crosstown trip, a 6-mile trip in your own car, this is based on AAA cost per mile, that's going to cost about $3.30 cross county. So this would be going out of Canyon County. We just made an estimate of about 15 miles. That would be almost $9 in your car. And then when you look at Lyft and Uber, both of those would be substantially more expensive than driving your car, and also several times more expensive than what the public investment is, what Nampa's and the local contributions investment are for the trips that are being made on transit in Canyon County. Next slide. So the other thing that we wanted to talk a little bit about was who do we know is riding our service? And so when we look at the profile of the transit rider, this is based on a 2015 onboard survey. There's a bit of disparity between, you have folks that are on the very low end of the pay spectrum, and there's also folks that are on the high end of the pay scale there, where almost 40% of our riders were making less than $15,000 in 2015. But you had almost the same amount, 33% making more than $30,000 a year. Another interesting point is that 71% of these individuals have access to a vehicle. That means these are people who are making the choice to take transit. It's not that they have no other option at all. Over half of them are employed. Most of the trips are to and from work. The other types of trips that show up are to and from a university or college, or 9% for social purposes, and 7% for shopping. When we look at how often people use transit, about 73% of the users use it more than 3 times a week, but almost 30% use it less than 3 times a week. And so that's how we see the reach of transit is bigger than any individual day's worth of trips. There are people who use it not every single day, but is an important part of their total transportation package. And lastly, the other thing that's important to note is about 90% of our riders walk to the bus. So when we think about the type of infrastructure that's important to help support people using transit, it's anything that helps people walk and ride would be the types of investments that are going to be that would most improve transit riders' access to and from the service. So next slide. That was just what we wanted to provide in terms of background for both our performance and what we know about our existing riders. The changes that we're proposing for this coming year, which we anticipate happening in January of 2019, we had 2 objectives. The first was to improve our on-time performance of the inter-county and the local services. And in doing that, we also looked at how we could improve the routing of the inter-counties. And so that would be routes 40, 41, and 42. We also have to address the budget shortfall for 2019, and so we were looking at making cuts in the local services in the lower performing areas of those local services, and those services are routes 51 and 52. Next slide. So first, to talk about the inter-county routes, this is a map of Route 40. It goes from Happy Day Transit Center through Nampa, serves CWI, gets off in Meridian for a little bit, around 10 Mile, and it gets back on at Meridian, and then downtown. And what we're proposing to do here is actually just change the way it serves downtown. Our objective here was to try and find resources that we could put back into the on-time performance. So in other words, you got a bus and we have to get it back to the head of the route in time for it to start its next trip. And so we're looking for ways that we can find those hours. And so next slide. The way we do that is by turning the service in downtown Boise from 2-way service to a one-way loop. So this would continue to serve all the locations that we serve today, that is downtown Boise, the far end, so I guess it's not terribly far, but the east end of Boise there at St. Luke's, and then up to BSU, and then rather than turning around and doing the reverse of that, which is what it does today, it would just jump back onto the freeway using Capitol. And so by doing that, we're able to shorten the time that's in the 40, continue to serve all the destinations that we serve today, and turn those hours that we would otherwise be spending into help improve the on-time performance throughout 40. The other change that we're looking at is with Route 42. We would be combining routes 41 and 42 because there are connections from Town Square Mall to downtown Boise that people could make on local services. And so this would, rather than running the 41 all the way downtown, we would end it at the Town Square Mall. All the 41 hours would go into increasing service on the 42. In other words, you end up with about the same number of trips between the 41 and 42 as you would in this scenario. And we would take those savings again and put it into improving the on-time performance. But we also wanted to look at how we could improve the connections that are being made on the 42. And so when we look at both where development's happening and how we could better connect to new developments such as, again, the marketplace, but also St. Luke's, Nampa off of Cherry Lane and Midland Boulevard, we thought we could change the routing of the 42 to connect to St. Luke's Nampa, serve CWI from the north actually, and then also serve Franklin, where you would be going by Sargento, the cheese factory, and if future developments that may be happening along Franklin, we'd be able to serve those, and serve 10 Mile, where you'd be able to get back to, because right now the 40 serves 10 Mile, and there's a stop there. This would allow you to be able to have connections back to that location in the middle of the day, which would help improve the performance and attractiveness of using Route 40. So what we are trying to accomplish with this, the other thing that this does is it eliminates the back and forth between the freeway and CWI. We actually end up cutting about 5 miles out of the route by doing this, by streamlining it and opening up new sections of Overland to residents in Nampa for all-day connections. So this is the other change that we would be making to the inter-county services. Next slide. So as it relates to how we're meeting the budget shortfall, what we're looking at doing is targeting the sections of routes that have the lowest performance. And so we showed a little bit of this earlier on, what the overall performance of the different routes were. And when we look at the improvements that have been made to the 52, we need to cut about 10 daily,
Would you like a water?
well, let's see, maybe it's coming back. 10 daily hours of service out of the local service, and that we could take those out of Route 51, and you'd end up with about 6 hours of service left. So that could either be peak service between 6 and 9 in the morning, and then 3 and 6 again in the afternoon, or you could do something midday. And so we're asking the public to weigh in on when they would prefer to see that, and how we could accommodate that budget shortfall. But you can see that we're trying to target those services that are performing the worst, because what we want to do is mitigate the impacts of these service cuts, continue to serve as many different people as we can. These impacts, we estimate, would result in about 600 or 700 fewer boardings per month, and we estimate that's probably about 100 to 120 different individuals that may be using that service. So that was the first part of what I wanted to cover tonight. If there are any questions about that, we could maybe take those. Otherwise, I want to go on to the rest of it, which is where we're headed next. And so 2019, with those cuts, we would be able to have that would satisfy the shortfall for 2019, but we're forecasting that we would have further we would need to increase what we're paying for existing services again in 2020. And so that's being driven by some imbalance that's grown over the years between how we allocate the regional services, and those are the planning services that VRT provides to all the jurisdictions in terms of coordinating transit with their comprehensive plans, the types of support that are provided with customer service. So customer service, selling passes to outlets, taking those out to social services such as Terry Riley, and those other types of services that VRT provides to all the constituents in the Treasure Valley. That regional those expenses have become out of balance with the people that we serve, and so VRT, the board, is undergoing an effort to rebalance that, and we are forecasting that that's going to result in an additional request for services in 2020. And so we just wanted to make sure that this council was aware of that, and what we wanted to do is begin a conversation with the council about how we would address those 2020 shortfalls as soon as we can. And next slide. The other discussion that we wanted to kick off is, what do we do about this Valley Connect 2.0 plan, which is how do we increase service, and not just maintaining existing levels of service, but how do we actually grow the levels of transit service in Canyon County to begin to meet the demand that is there and accommodate the development that has come. So within Valley Connect 2.0, there are two different scenarios. There's an intermediate and a growth scenario, and the intermediate scenario would be a higher level of service to local services, so you'd be able to get around easier on the local services, as well as improved inter-county connections on Cherry Lane, on Franklin, and on Interstate 84. The growth scenario would further improve those with higher levels of service on the local connection. So that's 16th, that's Caldwell Boulevard, as well as new connections on Midland Boulevard. We also would be making corridor investments or capital investments in 16th and Caldwell Boulevard to improve the speed of transit in those corridors. When we went out to the public with the Valley Connect 2.0 plan, we had significant participation from Nampa residents. We had over 80 comments from Nampa residents. About 9% of the total comments that we received were from Nampa. And interesting, there were about 420 references to Nampa as a destination, and that's 33% of all of the comments provided about where people wanted to go mentioned Nampa as a destination. And so I think that's important to point out, that that's more than the people in Nampa who commented. In other words, people outside are wanting to come into Nampa, and it's important for how people think about traveling around. They're not thinking about just necessarily the jurisdictions that they live in. Next slide. The other thing that we're encouraged by is when we look at the surveys that have been done recently across the Treasure Valley, there's been growing demand for public transportation. So BSU did another Treasure Valley-wide survey, public survey, about whether or not people felt like there was enough public transportation in the valley, or whether there could be additional or more mass transit options. And in the two-county area, actually it was more than two counties, but in the region that they surveyed, the total was almost 74% of the people felt like that there needed to be more additional mass transit options. And when we looked at Canyon County specifically, there was over 70%, almost 73% of the respondents said that there need to be more mass transit options in Canyon County. And when we look at, there have been other surveys that have done that I'm aware of, both, again, region-wide for VRT and Ada and Canyon County, as well as in the city of Meridian and the city of Nampa, Boise, when they were asked to compare the levels of transit service that they experience compared to their peers. And it's something that we consistently perform poorly on, where most residents feel that the public transportation services that are available to them are well below those of their peers. And through our participation with the Nampa Comprehensive Plan update, there's been continued strong support even within the Nampa Comprehensive Plan for growth of public transportation. So, next slide. The challenge with all of these, of course, is how do we come up with the funding plan to do this? And this is, again, part of what we want to kick off with the council and with the Nampa community about how do we come up with a funding plan that could deliver on either the intermediate or growth scenarios for Canyon County. So just wanted to throw this in the same context of what we looked at earlier for existing. So existing, the total contribution for Canyon County jurisdictions was just over $400,000. In the intermediate scenario, just for Nampa, that would grow to over 1.7 million. So it's a significant growth, and we know that this isn't something that would just happen per chance. We need to think about how and whether or not that's something that we want to be doing. But when we compare those costs to what the cost per active rider would be, and what the cost per trip, those costs are still comparable with the cost that people are paying for themselves to get around, both in the intermediate and then in the growth network. And the point that we want to make with all of this is the purpose for public transportation in this is to help people get where they're going, and to do so in a way that lowers that cost and reduces the friction for the public to live their lives, as well as making it easier for people, as well as the fact that public transportation is inherently more open to more people. In other words, it's open to the people who are blind, it's open to the people who can't drive, it's open to the youth, and it's open to the seniors. And so the freedom that transit provides is inherently more egalitarian than the other alternatives that we have in the moment. And so the value of making those options available to more people is something that is important to consider for those that fund public transportation. So, next slide. Just wanted to go over then the next steps of where we are. So we are having an open house on August 29th to talk about the impacts of the service reductions, get input from the public about how the reductions to the Route 51, if those were to move forward, would impact them. That's from 4 to 7, and we would encourage members of the Nampa City Council to be present. That will result in a public hearing that would happen at the end of September, where we would be taking formal or final comment on the proposal for the board, the VRT board, to take action in October. And then those changes would take place in January of 2019. In the meantime, we will be doing a review of our fare structure and looking for ways to increase our fare revenue so that we could be increasing our directly generated revenues to help address the budget constraints that we have. And we would continue to work on improving our performance reporting, both to the jurisdictions and to our board in terms of monthly and quarterly ridership, as well as number of people in each community that are using transit service, those types of things that we hear from our partners. And finally, the thing that we would be asking tonight is a level of commitment to engage Nampa City Council and the community about how do we address the upcoming 2020 budget shortfall, and how do we address the transit needs that we see coming with the Valley Connect 2.0 plan. So appreciate your time. Hope that wasn't too much, and would stand for any questions. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions? So, Stephen, thank you. I appreciate, sorry it's not open, so we can't have any questions from the public. But Stephen, thank you for your report. As it relates to 2020, I think we need to start now having those discussions. And so those are discussions that we need to begin on as we look to next year. And we will also help get the word out. Amy, thank you for helping push this VRT open house. It's important that those that are using the service or need the service can be at that open house and provide input. So we'll help you get that word out.
Thank you.
And then it's next week. So thank you for
Yes.
your report. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, one last thing. I brought comments of what we heard from the public, from residents of Nampa for the Valley Connect 2.0 plan, and I brought 2 copies of those that I'd like to leave for the council, if I may.
Thank you. We'll get those out to the council. Thank you very much. Our next communication point is with the AARP Walk in the Park. And Corrine, I'm not sure who's presenting, but thank you for sharing your name and address, and we look forward to hearing from you. And thank you for doing the Walk in the Park.
Thank you. I'm Corinne Tafoya Fisher.
I'm going to have you pull that mic down. There you go.
I'm Corinne Tafoya Fisher, and I'm on the Executive Council of AARP. And I'm going to speak, and also the Director of Idaho of AARP is present, Lupe Wiesel. Okay, I'm going to present our Walk in the Park. It took place in March 30th. But I'd like to acknowledge our mayor, Debbie King. She was present at the audit, and to thank the council members who participated in the audit. And the AARP sponsors a livable community. And what we did was we had they promote livable communities that are great for all ages, not just for those 52 and older. And looking at the 8 domains of livability, the network of age-friendly communities and its livability index, such as home lift and walk audits. AARP's livable community work. The Lakeview Park walk audit conducted on March 30th was the first walk audit conducted by AARP in Idaho, and it was operated as a pilot project. This walk audit was linked to the National Take a Walk in the Park Day to highlight the importance of parks in our communities. The main goal for this event was to promote social inclusion, to highlight the importance of accessibility, and to educate our participants that if accessibility is an issue, then only by speaking up can we make change. And why a park? It's because they are meant to be safe and public spaces for everyone. The initial meeting was at the Hispanic Cultural Center. The participants checked in, were given audit books, and were briefed on what to look at in an audit. Participants were divided into small groups and based on mobility with a walk audit captain. The whole party crossed the street together from the Hispanic Cultural Center to Lakeview Park, then dispersed into different groups according to their mobility. The audit lasted 1 hour. Shortened, no, and the 8 domains that AARP has identified for livability are outdoor spaces and buildings, 2, transportation, which you just heard about, and 3, housing, 4 was social participation, 5, respect and social interaction, 6, civic participation and employment, 7, communication and information, and community and health services. Lakeview Park in Idaho was selected for this audit as it is conveniently located near an elementary school and the Boys and Girls Club campus and the Cultural Center. It is also adjacent to some of Nampa's busiest streets and avenue. As a gem to the local community, the park is popular for both large and small events. This report examines the accessibility and safety of the park as accessed from the Hispanic Cultural Center of Idaho. The general findings of the audit were that overall the park is beautiful, a nice place to visit. It is an asset to the community. And even with the shortcomings highlighted in this report, it has really improved over the years and is a destination point for many. The park offers a variety of options for the younger population, including a playground, walking path, pool, stage, and baseball field. Participants believe that if some of the mobility and access issues were rectified, it would profoundly change the way the park is used by local residents. Some small changes can make a big difference to the usability of the park for all ages. As I stated, the walk was March 30th, and it was started at 1:30 and ended at 2:20. A total of 30 individuals attended, and ranging from age 3 months in a stroller to younger adults in their 20s and 30s, and to older adults 65 and older, with one participant celebrating his birthday, his 90th birthday, shortly after. Participants gathered at the Cultural Center and walked across the street to Lakeview Park at 1304 7th Street, North Nampa. The areas of 16th Avenue North, Garrity Boulevard, and 7th Street North connected to the park and were observed. Many of the participants spoke about not being able to bring their parent, friend, or spouse due to the audit because of the park was not friendly for people using walkers, strollers, and wheelchair. This was the first indication there might be problems with accessibility, as we found and highlighted in this report. Prior to the walk, it was decided that due to safety concerns, with multiple crossings and the width of the intersection, the participants would not utilize this area to cross the street. The crosswalk signal does not give enough time to cross the street for people with disabilities or people with strollers and children to cross in 30 seconds. This is especially a problem when considering the proximity to the Boys and Girls Club across the street who may access the park in groups. It is noted that vehicles frequently block the crosswalk on Stampede Drive, and Garrity Boulevard may be too wide to cross safely. An island extending into the crosswalk for pedestrians would be beneficial for those who cannot make it across within the 30 seconds. The curb ramp into the crosswalk had no slope to the street, thereby collecting debris and water. Crossing Garrity at the intersection of Stampede Drive, we noted there is a concrete barrier preventing access into Lakeview Park. Someone using a stroller, walker, wheelchair, or other mobile device would need to go around to Americana Drive or 16th Avenue to enter the park. Participants in the walk audit noted this is to be extremely cumbersome and were tired by the time they completed the walk. Garrity Boulevard from 12th Avenue to 16th Avenue and 16th Avenue into Lakeview Park. No buffers exist for pedestrians between the sidewalk and the vehicles crossing on Garrity Boulevard. The speeds on Garrity Boulevard and 16th Avenue by the park are 65 miles per hour for the proximity to the park. This made participants very uncomfortable walking so close to the traffic. There is no sidewalk on 12th and Avenue North. No pedestrians would have to, sole pedestrians would have to walk on the road with traffic. There were distracted drivers on Garrity Boulevard, some using their cell phones and some just not paying attention. The markings, lighting, and signal for the crosswalk across 16th Avenue were well marked. The sidewalk into Lakeview Park ends. This puts the pedestrians in the vehicle pathway to get into the park. Not all sidewalks are continuous, especially by the playgrounds, bathrooms, water fountains, and rose garden. Sidewalks are not wide enough inside the park. There are missing curb cuts on sidewalks. There are not enough pathways throughout the park. They are only on the north side of the park. There is inadequate accessibility for wheelchairs, strollers, and walkers. The space does not offer many age-diverse recreational facilities. In general, there were not enough benches. However, we did visit the park early in the spring. We found there were no benches by the playground for parents and guardians to watch their children closely if they wanted to sit at a table. They do not have a good view to monitor their children. Most parents and guardians we observed sat on the stone barrier. The sheltered area is too far for moms and caregivers to observe their children on the playground. On Americana Drive, the road and walkway off of Americana Drive was blocked by gates. A normal able-bodied person would be able to fit around the sides of the gate, but not a stroller, a wheelchair, or a walker. And there was a person with a walker in my group, and it was difficult for her to maneuver around the tree. At the Rose Garden is only accessible to able-bodied people and next to impossible to navigate with a stroller. The restroom facilities, since C Americana Drive is blocked off and there are no other sidewalks leading to the restroom from the playground or other area, there is limited access to the restrooms. And the sidewalks. Some sidewalks do not connect to the roads. Other sidewalks are very bumpy and are difficult to navigate. This limits individuals with disabilities from the park. The drinking fountains. We only found 2 water fountains in the park. One was off of the access road, 12th Avenue North and 16th Avenue North. It was not connected to the main part of the park and needed a curb cut for access to the sidewalk. The other water fountain did not have any paths leading to it, thereby making it difficult for anybody with limited mobility to access water. There were several pieces of the fountains that were broken. Open theater space. Concerns were noted regarding the safety of the open theater space. There are uncovered outlets under the stage. This is a walkway. There's a walkway to the accessible seating area that bordered a 27% grade slope with no protective barrier. In addition, the only garbage can in the area was beyond a concrete elevated barrier. And 10, the bridge area. Participants noted the bridge area was dangerous. First, the bridge crossed the canal but did not lead to a path to access the upper part of the park. It also had over a foot drop to access it. There were holes next to the fence that some could get their foot or cane stuck in, and pipes sticking out of the ground to trip over. A wrong step near the side could have resulted in a tumble down the site. And we do have recommendations, okay? Based on the findings of this audit, recommendations to the appropriate policy makers are as follows. Decrease the speed limit on Garrity Boulevard in front of the park to create a buffered sidewalk to increase the safety of pedestrians. Increase the crosswalk timer or install a pedestrian island on the Garrity Boulevard crossing. Create a pedestrian entrance into the park at the crosswalk on Garrity Boulevard and Stampede Drive. Install permanent benches around the exterior of the park. Establish adult-friendly sitting and activities in the playground area. Open the gates on C Americana Drive to make the pathway to the bathrooms, drinking fountain, and rose garden accessible to strollers, wheelchairs, and walkers. In the theater, add more space for wheelchairs and strollers, as well as a barrier before the dangerous slope, as well as move the garbage cans to be accessible and cover the outlets for safety. Make the sidewalks continuous around the park, particularly adding continuous sidewalks into C Americana Boulevard or Drive from North 16th Avenue and sidewalks to the water fountains and bathrooms. Add cuts where needed on the sidewalk around the park. Install safety upgrades to the bridge area. And those are our findings, and thank you very much.
Corinne, that was a very comprehensive audit, and you guys did an excellent job. And I just want to say thank you for these recommendations. Darren is here, and as we listen and we think about the streets, both streets and parks is here, as we listen, I think these are things that we need to take into consideration in our planning in the future, and thank you for doing this. It was excellent. You did a very, very good job.
Thank you.
And council, do you have any questions?
No, I just have a comment that I think Rick and I, did you go, Sandy?
No, ma'am.
Rick Hogebone and I walked with the group, and we learned a lot, hands-on. And I agree that there definitely needs some help on Lakeview, so thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Sandy?
Excuse me. I too want to thank you. The Livable Communities is a wealth of information, and I found out about them through the AIC conference in June. And I get their emails, and they are a wealth of information and data that they collect. And going on a walk audit it really gives you a different perspective because you're looking for, with a critical eye, of things for all people that we don't normally think about. And as I look at some of the recommendations, I think about the crosswalk timer, the outlets, and the garbage cans. Those are things that we can easily tend to. I do look at the one recommendation, establish adult-friendly sitting and activities in the playground area, and perhaps I could get with you to kind of have you define that. When I worked with Parks and Rec a year ago, if I remember correctly, the Americana Drive gates were serving for the purpose of safety so that the cars didn't have a through path there and endanger children playing or other people in the park. But my last question, I was kind of curious, with the recommendations and the audits that you perform, are you just gathering information, or does AARP have funds or grants available to assist with these recommendations?
They do have a grant, I think once a year to communities. I don't know if they are specific for something like this.
So we could get that
You can-
information
can
from you?
look. Yes, I'll have them send it.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine, you can share with us right quickly.
No, I was going to say that for the last couple of years, ARP has opened up or put out RFPs for challenge grants that we call. Folks coming up with ideas as to maybe some things that they want to do in their community to make their community more accessible to all. And this year we did 3, last year we did 1. And so we're, whatever we're able to do, we do. But in terms of for things like this, we might be able to do, if the city, for example, put in a request for a particular project, and if it was within what we might be able to do, that's something that's considered among the other 20, this year we had 22 requests. So yes, we do some things, but for the most part, we provide recommendations and then hope that it's helpful to you all as you make decisions as to what you might want to do in that particular area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, great job.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for allowing us this time.
Yes. Okay, 7 o'clock is our typical time that we begin our public hearings, and so the staff communications, unfinished business, and new business will follow our public hearing. And this evening, we have several public hearings to walk through, and the first one, actually, we put our budget public hearing on first this evening. So Vicki Chandler is here, and she will begin by giving us an update, and then we'll open it for public hearing and comment. I see several standing at the back. This would be a good time to come in and see if you can find a seat. There's a whole row a little bit further up here, and then the front row has some seats, and you can kind of fill in here and there.
Mayor and council, if anyone in the congregation would like to have information about the budget, I brought it in a little late, but I have a very personal assistant who is happy to distribute them with the raising of the amen hands. So those who are interested and need a lot more detail may have to call my office at another time, but those who would like a summary report this evening, because I know they came for the budget hearing and for nothing else, they are able to receive a summary document that we also published online last week. And so those, my able assistant, who is ready to hand out information, because I know that that is highly desirable and worth a lot of money. This evening, we will ever so briefly talk about the budget, because I know that we have other things to discuss, even though this is worth $172 million. However, having said that, what does our budget look like this evening? It is balanced. We prioritize public safety. It's larger than the previous year by $17.3 million. But what's in it is a cost of living for all employees cost of living increase, an emphasis on public safety, and increase over last year. As you can see, without blinding anyone, there's that 17.3 million. And while it looks like a lot of money, it's really tied up, especially, well, it is a lot of money. What am I saying? It is a lot of money. It is tied up in salaries and benefits at 6 million. Operations has an increase of 5 million, capital at 4 million, and then an increase in debt because of the wastewater treatment facility. That's what it looks like in a chart. The city is 3.6% higher in salaries and benefits, almost that much higher in capital, and the same in debt. There's always a swing in capital projects depending on the timing and funding of grants. Public Works is almost half the city at 46%. Public Safety is 21%. Parks and Rec and the library is 12%. Gen Gov and our general obligation debt is 17%, and then the balance, the rest of us, 4%. Well, it's not the rest of us. It's really just a tiny bit. And I'm going to swing through these pretty quickly because I know that almost all of us are very familiar with this, but I'm very happy to answer questions, and of course this being the most important slide, I'm sure here. Property taxes, and I'm just, because there are so many numbers on this page, I'm going to go to the very bottom here because this identifies that in our general fund, we have $32.8 million in property taxes, but of that, we need $3.7 million more this year to fund public safety. And that's kind of an important number because with that emphasis in public safety, we put almost $2 million in reserves towards that, and so we needed $1.7 million of other resources for funding our public safety this year. For police and fire. You can see here that we have a total of $25 million this year for police. That's a net number of some revenue sources, and $11.5 million, that's a net number for fire. So I think we're doing pretty well with our priority of funding public safety. So the next slide is for revenue sources. And this chart, or the chart here, the bar chart shows that we had quite a swing in grants this year, a difference of about $7.74 million in grant revenue. That's quite amazing for us, really. We don't usually have that, and I blame engineering for it, completely blame engineering. They went after grant money and they got it. Fire did too, as far as that goes, and the airport, it was a lot in public works, however. They really went after that grant money, and other resources too. I mean, we really try to win. We don't just try to go out for grant money. We try to win grant money. And so grants is a significant increase in our revenue, but also in fees for service, and that's by design as well, in order to cover that debt that we have coming up for the wastewater treatment facility. And then just finally, how do we add to reserves? And I'm going to sing this song just as much as I can. We budget for something that we don't spend is one way that we do that. In former years, that was through the PL liability. Sometimes the department have expenses that they don't spend, and that just falls to the reserve. Once in a while, I underestimate revenues. I try not to do that by very much, but I try to do it by just a tiny bit. And then consumer confidence grows, and that means that our state shared revenues might grow more than I estimated, and that's always a happy result. We hope that that will continue. But mostly when we find that we're using our reserves, we want to try to develop a plan to replenish them. And the way that we do that is above. We don't really want it to be a happy accident. Instead, we should plan on a way to do that. We want to budget an amount of money that we would not spend. We did that previously, 2 or 3 years, by the PL liability, by funding the PL liability. If we don't budget it that way and we just do it by accident, as a happy accident, I underestimate revenues, then it's not very planful of us, and it's a happy accident. But frankly, it can happen the other way as well, which is, oh, I overestimate slightly those revenues, and that means then that we're using our fund balance, accidentally, of course, but that's what can happen. So I would recommend that we carefully estimate what we should be planning to replenish our reserves. And if we don't plan that way, then we're going to fall every year to using reserves, even slightly, and not replenish them. So having reserves is what creates a resilient budget. It offers the city flexibility, and it offers us as the ability to take advantage of certain opportunities, whether that is to offer incentives to businesses who want to come into the city. We like that opportunity. We try to budget that. But often as we go through the year, we find that we have to take up that flexibility because we haven't built that into the budget any other place. And that's a good segue for the last thing I want to report, which is that departments that are not very large, our smaller departments, do not have flexibility in their budgets, and a retirement, the use of PL that was not planned, or transition in staff can often be a hazard that is overwhelming to a budget. And by not having any contingency, by not having any flexibility in a budget, that can create the overage, frankly, in such a tight budget that can be very discouraging to directors, to division people. And I would just encourage us to recognize that by making a budget too tight, we create some, we can remove motivation, and not only just flexibility, but also motivation. And it can be a very discouraging facet to a very lean budget. So with that, I will accept question. Oh, that was a downer. I'm sorry. What can I say to encourage us? It's a balanced budget. Okay, so I will stand for any questions that you may have.
Mayor Kling. Vicki, what is the current fund balance reserve? What percentage do we keep in reserve?
Our goal is to always have at least 25% in reserve. In the general fund, and thank you for asking this question, because I always want to have us corporately, you especially, keep this in mind. Our general fund has to stand behind all of our grant funds, as well as our capital fund, our street fund, our special funds as well, because our grant funds, this year at about $11 million, always require that we expend and then get reimbursed. So they will reimburse us unless something strange happens, like there's an overage in a capital project and they're not going to spend any more money, so we have to be prepared to complete the project with any kind of increase of that nature. So we have to stand behind that, cash flow wise as well as for the project. In impact fees, we have to be prepared to do the match, and I want you to be ready to, and I know you are, I don't mean to be preaching or acting like the mom, but you have to be ready to do the match that's required out of the general fund for the growth that not just impact fees will do their share of the growth, but then there's always a share that the general fund will have to contribute. We try to take that out of capital funds or perhaps even grant funds, but sometimes there's a match that's required by the general fund. So the general fund balance, I try to make not the minimum, but the maximum. Right now it's about 33%.
33. What dollar value does that equate to?
Right now, it's at 16 million. When we have spent it, we've already committed to $2 million of that with this budget, so that will put it at 14 million. And
Which is what percentage?
our expenditures this year are about, I'm going to say 45 million, are about 45 million. I'm sorry, you have to do the math for me. I don't have a calculator.
But our reserves, I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. I'll give you the
Go
floor.
from 33% to what after we spend that 2 million roughly?
I'm sorry, you have to do the math for me. I don't have my, okay, just a minute.
That's your job.
Thank you.
Really, I know. Sorry, I didn't realize I was going to be having a math test. I would have come more prepared. Hold on. I'm right there. Let's see. 31%.
Thank you.
Would you like to know what that is probably at the end of this year? Okay. About 24%.
You are good.
Just saying. There's a reason you hired me. I can do simple math. Any other questions?
Mayor Kling, is a part of this conversation about the foregone?
It can be.
Okay.
Both public hearings are intertwined, and so, yes. And if you have questions now for Vicki, feel free.
Just for clarity then for the audience here, the available foregone value by a future council, I'm not saying that this council is going to go down that path, but I heard it said it's about 4.2 million. Is that correct?
I believe it is 4.3.
Okay,
No, I'm sorry. I know that it is 4.3 million.
4.3. So the conversation about going after foregone taxes at this point in time, that's again a conversation about taking tax revenue that has not been accumulated at this point. It's reaching into the pocket of the taxpayers to take more than what we're allowed to take by state statute, which would be 3% if we were to go beyond that at this point. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody heard what I heard, that $4.3 million is available in the future if it's ever sought after. So what we're talking about trying to save this evening, if we were to choose to go after foregone or to limit it, the savings from this year is a minor amount compared to that amount that's available. So.
And Madam Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, is that 90-some thousand?
91.
91,000. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Vicki? And Vicki, we'll have you back, I'm sure,
Okay.
for further questions. So this is a public hearing, and this public hearing, and I'll get back to my notes here, actually is twofold. This is a public hearing for the 2019 fiscal year budget. Our fiscal year begins October 1 and September 30th. This is also for council consideration of its authority under Idaho Code 63802(1)F to disclaim the right to recover all or any portion of our fiscal year 2019 foregone revenue. As you all may be aware, it is state statute that a city can take up to a 3% increase. This current budget is a 2.75% increase. We did not take the full increase, and it's approximately $91,000 that would be in that foregone dollar amount. I will say that a 3% increase equates to approximately $1,117,000 increase. This year in public safety, we actually invested in public safety well over $5 million, far beyond our 3% increase. And so there are some other revenue streams and then just ways that we're figuring out how to do that. Another comment I might make is that we did not increase positions within the city, even though we went through an assessment early on, and it was clearly indicated that with the growth and the work that has to be done, that there is a need within the city for certain positions. Other than a couple of minor positions, we held those positions and did not fill them. We did a survey of our citizens when I first came into office, and that citizen survey reflected that our citizens would like us to invest in streets and public safety. Those were the two top priorities that our citizens communicated to us. And so in this budget, you'll see that we invested in streets, and we also have invested in public safety. Unfortunately, public safety had not had a focus for quite some time. And it's kind of like deferred maintenance. Sometimes you defer a long time and then there's a major catch-up. And that's not catch-up as in catch up, but catch up with where we are. And so that's what we have done this time. Our budget does include funding for 6 officers, a couple of support positions, some fleet services, and some new vehicles, but there is such a thing as impact fees, and the impact fees actually are funding the vehicles for the new officers. We only funded 1 fire position this year, and I think we funded an admin position also. We know that next year we need to fund 3 fire positions. We also need to fund additional police officers. We also know that in the future we need a new fire station, which is our Fire Station 6. We don't have the funds for that fire station, so it's not being funded right now. And when we do fund that station, it's going to require 9 firefighter positions. Again, we don't have those funds right now. So this year, as we put together the budget, and the council charged the mayor to present a balanced budget, and that is that we presented a budget to council, and then the council spent some time just talking about that budget and asking questions and debating about it. We did come down to a recommendation of a budget set at the 2.75% increase, and that's what has been presented tonight. And so, and this is kind of an education because it's interesting information. I hope you guys don't mind me sharing. I'll also say that it is the council has 2 primary roles. One primary role is oversight of the budget. They have to feel comfortable with the budget because it is their job to vote on the budget as we presented to them. The other role of council is oversight of ordinances. And so that's why when we have the other items in our public hearing tonight are ordinances and changes in zoning, et cetera, and that is another responsibility. But budget is a very important responsibility of our council that they take very seriously, as I do too. The goal is to be good fiscal stewards of the resources of this community. It's a little scary when you see a $17 million budget increase. That said, I think hopefully you understood, over $7 million of that is just grants that we have gone after. And then there are other, and it's not all up there, but we've got some debt that's in there. You've got the grants that are in there. We've got additional revenue that equals expenses in there, and then also our public works wastewater treatment facility, the bond and the work that is being done on that is also in there. So anyway, I think we're open to answering any questions, and this is an opportunity for the public to get to speak on behalf of the budget and share either their support or opposition for decisions that we're making tonight. So tonight, we have a couple of people signed up, and in support, and actually, I'll just start with the ones on the left that say support, and then we go to opposition, but it really doesn't matter. So Hubert Osborne actually had signed up to speak tonight, and so this is a public hearing, and we're going to start the public hearing portion. As just a reminder, as people come, please speak directly into the mic. You have 3 minutes to share, and please state your name and your address.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Hubert Osborne. My wife and I reside at 4199 East Switzer Way here in Nampa. And I wanted to speak in favor of not taking the foregone. And I listened to Vicki here, and I must say Mom has a very good nest egg. And I do appreciate how she takes care of the city finances. It seems like anytime there's a emergency, she has a way to get people the money. I do resent what I consider double jeopardy in taking the foregone. And if I could go back, the Association of Idaho Cities recommends 15% reserves, and we're at 31% if I heard correctly, so good for you. I did a little bit of calculation on what, if all of the foregone was taken, what my tax bill would increase, and I came up with $300 on my home alone. I know since I have my house paid for, that might not be as difficult as all of you who are still paying for your houses, and you would have another $300 added onto your mortgage. So I think you should take that into consideration. And I heard a statement that I thought was quite smart. If the city needs it that bad, the people probably need it worse than we do. So I'll leave it at that. Please do not take the foregone. Thank you.
So Hubert, I'd like to ask you a question if I could. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So we're not using any foregone taxes, but there is foregone sitting there. And so what you're saying is there's a discussion tonight about disclaiming foregone, which means it can never be taken again. Is that what you're speaking on behalf of?
I'm speaking on behalf of both of them. You still have the chance to take the 4.5 million or 4.2 million, but if you can disclaim part of it, please do so.
Okay, and we're not taking any of it tonight.
Good.
So, yeah. Thank you for your clarity. I appreciate it.
My pocketbook feels better already. Thank you.
The next person that we had signed up in support was Deborah Curry.
Hello again. I reside at 1028 Heartland Drive. I just wanted to speak very briefly, and it might be also a situation where I'm talking about future a little bit more. I don't enjoy paying more taxes like anyone else, but we need to be sure that we do not continue establishing a track record in Nampa that cuts back funding for city and for city needs. Considering the employees, for instance, I was really glad to hear that we have increased by cost of living raises and so forth and so on. That's very helpful. I just want to stress to all of you that with my background, and I am retired sort of, from human resource management. I was in the field for many years. I had my own consulting company for 20 years. And one of the things that I've seen is really a disaster that comes when organizations are unwilling to invest in their employees. Many companies state that employees are the greatest asset, and they are. But there's another side to that. They're also the greatest liability. And if we are not keeping up with market, if we are not keeping up with training, with that sort of thing, there can be a considerable amount of difficulty. Every year more lawsuits occur with far greater financial impact due to employee issues rather than technical equipment, things like that issues. Employees must be sought with competitive salaries and then retained with training. It's very critical. Think of it similar to the housing market. Right now, we are in a seller's market here in Nampa. Our population's exploding with little houses for new residents. As a result, selling a house in Nampa is distinctly in the favor of the homeowner. Well, the same applies to employees. They are the sellers. They're out there marketing their time, their skills, their talent. And the businesses are the buyers. So if the buyer is not willing to pay the price that a market demands, the seller will simply hold out for a better offer. And in this market, that doesn't take very long. The level of staffing must also be considered at the city. I believe that was mentioned. Currently, by competent staffing levels formulated by the Society for Human Resource Management, and compared to other cities of comparable size, the city of Nampa is understaffed to serve this burgeoning population. It's amazing what our current staff is able to do to accomplish all that they accomplish. But it puts an exceptional strain on each and every one of them, offering another reason to look somewhere else for employment. Thank you very much for your time. I'm not quite finished, but if you have any questions.
See none. Deborah, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Loretta. Is Loretta, there you are. It says support, but whichever way, just go ahead and state, yeah. And thank you for, even though we know you, for giving your full name and address. Thank you.
Loretta Shandorf, 1108 South Stanford. I want to thank the council for including funding in this year's budget for a number of pathway and bicycle projects, as well as for the bicycle and pedestrian master plan. I appreciate your support for these items that not only improve Nampa's quality of life by creating places to exercise and recreate, but also enable people to travel what is referred to as the first and last mile to access public transit stops. I do want to share my disappointment in the council's ongoing lack of support for public transit. The attitudes and comments reflect a narrow view of a city's responsibility for transportation. Successful cities understand that transportation encompasses more than cars and must include a variety of mobility options for all of its citizens. The reasons for your decision are even more troubling. To say that VRT is a poorly run business is, I believe, an easy way to dismiss the need and simply unfair. VRT has done due diligence in conducting an extensive survey of their users, making changes to improve efficiencies, and continuing to study every avenue for providing the best service possible. And they have presented that information to the council on numerous occasions. I am well aware that many things compete for the finite dollars in a city's budget. I would suggest that instead of weighing the value of a police officer against public transit, instead we look at Nampa's transportation dollars as a whole and how that portion of the budget is allocated for various aspects of transportation. Reconsider perhaps some of the millions on road projects and invest the thousands needed to make transit more available. We cannot build our way out of congestion. All of the other cities in the valley have granted VRT's requested funding, and I'm sure they have tight budgets as well. Another argument is empty buses. The current service limits users to those who have 8 to 5 Monday through Friday jobs. Many who work outside those hours, I know, would use the services but can't because it isn't offered. The North Nampa Food Shuttle is a stopgap measure that was forced into existence because we are not funding VRT enough to provide service on Saturdays when people really need it, and those people represent potential users. And lastly, I've heard some suggestions that nonprofits and private business should fund transit and that the city should not subsidize it. CWI, BSU, and healthcare agencies are already paying into services for VRT, as well as Boise and Caldwell. Nampa needs to pay their fair share. We subsidize public parking, fire, public safety, and roads. Transit is a public good and should be no different. Our failure to fully fund will impact the effectiveness of the regional system. We are all connected and affected whether we use the bus or not.
Thank you, Loretta. Are there any questions for Loretta? Also signed up was Tom Wedevin and Deborah Wedevin. Did you want to speak at the public hearing? Yeah, you have to come forward. And Tom, go ahead and state your name again and address. And
I'm Tom Wedevin, and I live at 2001 South Palomar Court. I wasn't going to speak again because I thought I kind of established what was important in the structure of our city and the safety aspects, the police and all that. I thought that research was well done. I still haven't got answers with regards to this big chunk of money And even the percentages, you know, if you've got 70 people and 60% do this, that sounds like a large number. Maybe it's my ignorance, but I don't know how many people are actually riding the bus from here, going to there. But there's a huge amount of money, and so I don't know how much of that money is actually going for transportation for our needy citizens. What part of the budget? Because we're talking about 10 million and projected 40 million. Where's the shortfall? We can't do another bus system. Where'd all that money go? That's a lot of money. How much went to Boise? How much went to Meridian? They're all on board with this. We're the only ones that aren't. I'm thinking maybe we might be okay yet, because I'm looking at what's going on in those cities. It's becoming a mess. Transportation and what they're all these projects, I think are a mess. And now there's a projected a trolley situation in Boise. They're talking about a rail system. Maybe that's good for down the road, but I think we got to take care of our infrastructure. And I'm still not sure where all that money's going. Maybe we're getting 5% of that money, or Boise's getting, I don't know. They're doing a lot of things over there. And a lot of all this, you try to drive around in Boise, try it, and see how long it takes you to get from one place to the other. I don't know, that's just a citizen's perspective.
And Tom, we'll get you the contact info and the information for VRT, because the answers to your questions are all there, the budget, so we'll get that to you.
Steve, I'm looking at those figures. Percentages can be very deceptive.
Yeah. Thank you for your comments.
Together, I appreciate him coming to talk with me, and so thanks for giving me a chance to talk.
Thank you. Deborah, did you have any further comments? No. You stated earlier that you were not supportive of disclaiming a foregone.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Did you have another comment?
No, I was getting my stuff.
Okay,
Sorry.
perfect. Okay, so those are the only ones that we had signed up this evening. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on behalf of the budget this evening during this public forum? Yes. Go ahead and, okay, so this woman in the back, go ahead and come forward and give your name and address, and then you'll be next.
I don't know if I'm speaking for or against, but I just today read this letter by Larita Shandor in the paper about the public transit system, and I am for that.
And did you state your name and address? I'm sorry, it just occurred to me as I'm writing. Go ahead and state your name and address.
Janine Pivec, P-I-V-E-C, 208 North 25th Street in Nampa.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, I wanted to say that with regard to the public transit, I think we really need that. I was thinking of a time several years ago when I worked for the Department of Corrections in Utah, and I supervised a case load of DUI offenders driving under the influence. And generally, those offenders do not have licenses. Their licenses are taken away. And at that time, there was no public transportation in where I was working. And then a little while later, the proposal was made for public transit, and went to we voted on it. And I was so happy to see that, so that those people that had that problem of not having any transportation had that, and it really helped them. Unless they had had a tremendous support system before, they didn't have a way to get where they needed to go and to complete the conditions of their probation, usually which was to continue to work or to gain employment and go to work and to go to treatment. And so there are a number of ways of looking at the needs of people for the public transportation. There also, just this last winter, a gentleman from my cul-de-sac committed suicide, and I learned from neighbors that he had just been arrested for driving under the, not driving under the influence, but for driving with a suspended license. And he was on parole. He didn't want to go back to prison, apparently. And so this, I think, probably added to his decision, a poor decision. But we have the opportunity to help prevent that kind of decision with our support of public transportation for people who don't have automobiles, who can't drive for some reason. And anyway, I just wanted to leave that with you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. It's appreciated.
My name is Kathleen Cookman, and I live at 41 North Fairview Street here in Nampa. I've been a member of a bike walk Nampa since it started in 2007 with Loretta. And I think we all remember the snow we had a couple years ago. And if it wasn't for the bus service, I couldn't get to work. I have a two-wheel drive truck that doesn't make it in the snow very well. And I really appreciated the availability of the bus service to get to my job. And I also wanted to comment on the bus drivers. They were like heroes, really. They were there, and they had a good attitude, and they got you where you were going, and they were very compassionate about the situation. And if, like I said, if they didn't, the bus service wasn't there, I wouldn't be able to go on to work or go into the store to get food, I mean, it was a very hard year, as we all very well know. And it would be really greatly appreciated if we had bus service in the evenings and on the weekends. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that did not get signed up that would like to testify this evening? Yes, go ahead and come down.
My name is Carol Rotz, 2417 South Stonehenge Road in Nampa. I really don't have anything to add to the discussion about transit, except to say that I really support the very articulate statement that Loretta made earlier. And it's important in my life, even though my husband and I have two vehicles and we don't need public transport ourselves. I think it is something that we all need to have as a part of our experience in our life. I used to live in Nairobi, Kenya, and I always took public transport. It was such a wonderful way to get around the city, and it solved a lot of traffic problems, although there were still very many. And so I think that we could learn from this developing country and implement something right here in Nampa. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to speak tonight on our public hearing for budget? Okay. Seeing none, I guess I would stand for a motion.
So move to close public hearing.
Close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Could we take a convenience break so we speak clearly and are focused?
Yes. Would you like to take a momentary break?
I would like one.
Okay. Okay, so we are going to take a brief break. We've been here for almost 2 hours, and so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll try to reconvene quickly.
Thank you, Bruce.
right. So this is the opportunity for council to discuss. We've closed public testimony and an opportunity to discuss. And actually, I think I would hope that we could just have a motion to approve the budget as presented and move forward. So I would stand for that motion.
So moved.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Question.
Yes.
I knew there would be.
We figured that went on that end over there.
Who do you want first? You want to start and work this way?
Let's, Councilman Skog, we'll start with you, and then Councilman Haverfield, we'll just move down.
All right. Fellow council members, the budget, we have one situation with law enforcement. So originally it was planned for 4 police officers, and then 2 would start in April. We could save a bit of money by starting those in April and going with the original plan. Can't remember what that is, $70,000, $90,000. And we talked about replenishing the reserves, and that would be a good place to put that. Or in the alternative, a unique idea, just don't take it from the taxpayer. And then on the, let's see, the foregone, we want to disclaim the foregone in any motion that we do at the same time. I think would be the easiest way to handle that. So rather than just do the motion that we did, I'd ask for that to be included. And we've gone over and over the VRT funding. There's been misstatements that we were cutting the funding or we don't like public transportation. Well, I don't want to go over all that again, but we did increase it, and we're looking to see better performance for next year. So I would not support the motion as it stands for those reasons.
And my question was the same. It appears that there's 2 items on this action, not just one. And so the motion doesn't include both. So unless you plan on creating a second motion for the foregone, I can't support the motion as it was presented.
So the reason that this is stated as 8.1 on the public hearing ballot is it allowed us the opportunity to discuss and have a public hearing and go back and forth between budget and foregone. The motion does not need to include both because they don't have to be action together. But the reason they're together in one action is because it allowed us to have a public hearing at the same time. But they do not have to be in the same motion.
But they can.
They can be, and this motion did not include them. This was a motion to approve the budget as stated.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just on the procedural item, it is true that the law requires a public hearing for both the budget and for consideration of disclaiming foregone revenue. And we did, I think it was at my office's advice that you go ahead and combine those into one hearing for the reason the mayor stated, so that people could address either the budget itself or the proposed resolution to disclaim foregone. If you look at your agenda items, we will get back under new business to items 6.8 and 6.9. 6.8 is a vote on the drafted resolution to disclaim the foregone. And then item 6.9 is the appropriation ordinance. And so those will be, those are legally required actions on both approving the budget and also consideration of waiving or disclaiming the foregone. So I think maybe the appropriate action now might be to approve the budget unless there are changes that are indicated that council would like to see. Of course, you cannot increase the budget. You can only decrease the budget at this point. But that is an option, to decrease it and approve it with modifications. But that becomes the budget. Then formally you'll have further action on the appropriation ordinance and on the resolution disclaiming the foregone. So hopefully that helps on the procedural issues. If you have any questions, I'd sure try to answer them.
Mayor Kling, if I may add,
Yes.
just ask Councilman Skog. My understanding from a previous council meeting that you have discussed this with Chief Huff, our police chief, and he has no problem with this as far as changing the timeline, as far as when all the officers would begin their training.
That is correct in my conversation.
I mean, I'm of course looking, I know we can't, this is not a public hearing anymore, but I'm just kind of looking out there at our captain, but.
Yes, I spoke with Chief Huff, and he said that would be fine
Okay.
with him.
Okay, so,
He's happy to get all the officers.
So there may be further discussion, but I would be willing to amend my motion to include that in my motion when it comes time, so.
Include what?
Include as far as the the change in timeline as Councilman Skog has suggested and recommended for the police officers.
Mayor Kling, just for the sake of clarity, can we just pull the motion off and then restate it so that we understand if we're just talking about a time frame? Because what he spoke about was adding that additional revenue to the general fund, or if it was going to be added to the amount that we're not taking as far as out of the taxpayer's pocket this year. So I guess what would be your motion in that regard would be my question. Unless you can clarify it. Is that all right if he just clarifies his motion? Then if you can just clarify your motion, what your thoughts are.
Okay, it would be as far as the saving of the taxpayers.
So it would go along with the other 90,000, it would be in addition to
It would
that.
be additional to the 91,000 as I thought was stated by Vicky.
Right.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, for procedural reasons, I don't think that you can increase the amount that you are going to disclaim from foregone. That has to be the same amount that was published in the notice. You can certainly choose, I think, and I'm looking at Vicky, not to change somehow the levy to try not to take whatever savings is realized by these delayed hirings. You could do that, or you could collect those taxes and put it into fund balance.
So maybe I trapped Darrell into thinking he could
That's
do
it's
something he
nothing
couldn't
new.
do.
Okay.
Mayor Kling.
I've been trapped before.
So let me ask council a question. So so procedurally would be just to pass the budget as is, but within internally, then not hire those officers? Is that okay until April? I'm just figuring out here.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, my proposal is simply to delay those officers by 6 months.
Right,
And
right.
that saves the money. We'll get all the officers we
Yes,
intended.
yes. I'm just saying, is it easier logistically to just not hire the last two and just do it internally? Would that be better, or do we have to?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay.
I would like, I want to speak up early on in this because I totally disagree with the action. You asked us, and we walked through this budget process, and I asked you if we could land it at 2.75%. We had a vote, we agreed, and we moved on. We have a need for public safety in our community. And at this time, for us to say we're going to just pause, I would like to ask Vicki Chandler, if we saved an additional $70-some thousand in this budget by pausing and saying not hiring, what would the savings be to the individual, I know this is a tough one, to the individual homeowner? How much would they save?
Mayor, pennies. I don't even know if it would be $1, honestly.
Right, so it's minuscule, but we're doing it because we're trying to achieve a principle. And we have a responsibility, and our citizens have told us that they need public safety. We need officers. We're underfunded over a long period of time. And so, and we voted on a budget. We recognize that we cannot change the resolutions as they're written. And I would like to suggest we move forward with the budget that we approved. And our budget's tight. Vicki Chandler and I sat and talked about it today. We don't have any wiggle room. And so what makes it very, very difficult as a staff to function is when you don't have any wiggle room in your budget. And that's what is happening here. We've approved a budget, and I would like to ask the council to move forward, and let's move forward. And Bruce, I disagree with foregone. However, I will support that resolution in your proposal because I know that's important to you. And this is a little bit of give and take, even though I don't fully agree with disclaiming foregone, because I think the reason I don't, and this is just for public knowledge, I think that for this council to make a decision that limits a future council when we don't know what the needs are in the future, I question if that's wisdom. So it's not my recommendation to disclaim foregone, because I think that a future council, that is set up as a mechanism that our state statute allowed for if a city needed those funds down the road. And that's why we have elected officials, and that you vote in to make wise decisions. And needless to say, there would be a public hearing on that. But it is not a large amount, and I would support that. But I would like to ask the council to support the process we went through and the vote that you took.
Mayor Kling, for a sake of clarity, what is the motion? Does the motion include the reduction or not at this point? For the law enforcement,
The initial motion was to accept the budget as presented.
which was seconded.
During the discussion time, I said I would be willing to amend that. And that's why I asked the question
Right.
directly to Councilman Skog, whether Chief Huff had also felt that this was a good recommendation.
Right, so just for the sake of clarity then, the end result, if that action were to happen, there would be additional money that would just stay in the general fund. If Chief Huff were to hold off for 6 months the hiring of those officers, that would be a Chief Huff decision. Is that what?
If the council votes to amend the budget and not accept the budget as presented, yes, it would limit the hiring of those officers.
Okay. So does the motion state that at this point?
Let me
No,
ask
it does not.
Let me ask the question to the mayor and whoever might be able to answer it then. Does the Chief Huff have the flexibility, if just because of a timing and the amount of training and so on, to delay whoever, whether it's 1, 2, or whatever officers? Is that his prerogative?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So if that's the case, if that's his prerogative, then I will go ahead and retain my initial motion, also disclaiming the foregone.
Okay, that was my second question then,
And-
Mayor Kling, was, does your motion include, as written here, to disclaim the right to recover
No,
foregone?
it does not
It
because,
didn't initially, but there was an action statement by our legal that we're going to have to act on that later anyway. So I guess
that's right.
let's go back to my initial, after all this discussion, let's go back to my initial motion that we accept the budget as proposed.
Okay, my confusion is the fact that the action item states that it's to do both.
It was not intended to state both. It was, and you have an actual resolution later. It's a vote later in the new business agenda.
So we'll go back to that item at that point. So the only
Yes.
thing at this point with this action item is just the fiscal year 19 budget
Yes,
as presented.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Levi.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I would just like to say a few things, and I've noticed that most of those who spoke with great concern about VRT have left, unfortunately, but hopefully they'll either look up the minutes or they'll catch this live stream. As far as the VRT, and I want to go a little bit on what Councilman Skog said, there has been some confusion. We have never voted on this budget session to do away with funding for VRT. We did take a small increase. We did not give them the whole increase that they asked for. And that was simply because we needed the money to go elsewhere. As the mayor made the statement earlier this evening, when a survey at the beginning of the year was given to our citizens and those who decided to participate in it, they told us as council and mayor that their biggest concerns was public safety and streets. And so as a council, when we looked at the budget that was presented to us, we looked at it in view of, is it supporting our public safety and our streets as our public has requested? After all, we have been elected to be their voices. That's what we need to represent. We did come to agreement in taking a few cuts that the 2.75% budget was acceptable. We know it's going to be tight for a lot of those, myself included, but that's what we've decided to do because we want it to increase public safety. So again, VRT is not in jeopardy. They just did not get the total increase they asked for. I say that also because, number one, I ran on one of my platform items in my campaign is alternative transportation and public transportation, of which I am supporting. I am also on the VRT Board of Directors. So for me to not vote automatically for the increase might put me at odds with VRT to a point, but I believe they're also professional enough to understand that we have some budget restraints and we need to consider our citizens and our taxpayers and what they can comfortably afford to pay. With that said, I understand the need of those people who use public transportation. I hang out at sites where the bus stops, and I take time to talk to the people who use the system, asking them why they use it, how could it be more efficient, and what could we do that would make it easier for them. Several of our users right now have moved from out of town. They're moving from places where they were bigger cities, and public transportation is what they're used to. And as we grow, that's something we have to come to realization with, is people are going to start needing public transportation. There are going to be demands, and so we need to revisit this from time to time. I also want to say something in support of my fellow council members. In the 5.5 years before I was elected that I attended the meetings, including budget sessions and the hearing, and then my last 2.5 years on council, this was the first year it was not mentioned by one single council member to cut VRT funding or do away with VRT altogether. And that is something very significant that I want you to understand. So the council is showing support of public transportation. We just can't fund them to the depth that they want it funded. When we set a budget, it really defines us as council people. We're setting priorities, but we're also showing you who we are, what we ran on, and what we're willing to do, and if we really are your voice. And that's going to be for you to decide. We have a public hearing, so you can come forward and tell us what you like, what you don't like, and what you want. As far as the disclaim of the foregone, because it is an action item later, I'll speak on that later, but I will say that even though the 2.75% is going to be steep for those, including myself, I am in support of the 2.75% increase that we have brought to you.
Thank you, Cindy.
You're welcome.
Is there any other discussion? We have a motion on the floor and a second, and we are in the discussion phase. Is there any additional discussion at this time?
My question has been answered by City Attorney Hilty with regards to the resolution on what could be disclaimed. I understand that that number is a fixed amount, so I appreciate Councilman Scogg's sentiment to try to give that money back to the taxpayers. However, it sounds like the motion as it stands, which I will support, will have to remain with the fixed amount that we're at right now, which is 275. I think I'll leave it up to Chief Huff. The original plan was to hire 4, so we're not talking about cutting hiring officers. 6 officers are authorized in the next fiscal year budget to be hired. There were some pros and cons of hiring 4 and then 2, not just fiscal, but also just absorbing 6 at one time and the culture of police force and training and whatnot. If Chief Huff chooses to hire 4 and then 2, that money will be replenishing our reserves, which, as has been mentioned, millions of dollars are going out of that fund. One of the reasons, just for the public knowledge, I think it has been reported in the past, is that the workout hour, which our police have enjoyed for about 8 years, was bought out. So we've reached a win-win agreement, and 33,000 hours are going to be recovered from our police into patrol hours and training hours. So that's a huge win. So, but that is a big chunk of money that's going out of reserves. So I think if Chief Huff wants to hire 4, then 2, or all 6, I think we'll leave it up to him. But it seems like the dollar amount needs to be fixed as far as, from what I understand, with the resolution on what could be disclaimed. So while there's a lot of discussion about the 4, the 2, and how that money would be saved, it seems like that can't be disclaimed tonight. So I'll support the motion that was made.
Okay, roll call.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Skog,
No.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Okay. So our second item in public hearings this evening is 8.2, and this is a variance to the City of Nampa zoning ordinance section 10-8-6-C, requiring a minimum front yard setback of 20 feet in order to allow a 10-foot yard setback from the property line for property located at 2616 Berlin Place, which is Lot 7, Block 2 of Venice subdivision in Nampa. This is within an RS6, single-family residential, 6,000 square foot minimum lot size. The applicants are requesting the variance in order to construct a 10-foot deep by 40-foot wide porch in addition to the front of the existing family dwelling for Richard. And Richard, I apologize, I'm going to say your name wrong. Barad?
May I pronounce it?
Thank you, Victor.
Barajas.
Thank you very much. Representing,
Barajas.
and would you like to say who he's representing? Is-
Ismael Barajas. So the easy way is Ismael Barajas. How's that?
Thank you. Okay.
Good thing I'm bilingual, huh?
Yes. So is the applicant present this evening? Thank you. Would you like to come forward and state your name and your address and tell us about the request
See
that
if
you're
I get
asking
it right,
for?
yeah.
Hi, my name is Richard Barajas.
And go ahead and pull your mic up. Thank you. And would you like to say your name again? I got to get that down.
Richard Barajas.
Thank you.
Yes.
And your address?
My address is 2616 Berlin Place.
Okay.
I didn't expect to come up and talk tonight. First time being in a public hearing. Otherwise, I would address more appropriately, I think. All I'm here for is just to request permission to build a cute little porch. Hopefully, it comes out cute. I don't know. This that's really all I'm here for.
Okay.
Not sure how this works, but yeah, we don't have a porch at the moment. Like it said, we just want a 10 feet by 40 feet wide front porch, and that's basically all it is.
Okay. Thank you. So a public hearing is where you have the opportunity as an applicant to come say what you would like to get done. Following your presentation, we'll have our staff come up and they'll give us a report, and then we're going to open it up for comment. And so anyone, and I believe, I've got to find the sheet, but I believe you're the only one signed up. And then if we have any other questions for you, we'll ask them, and then we'll vote. So we may be back, but thank you
All right.
very much. Okay, from staff, Dan. Dan Quackenbush is new to our city. Did I say your name, last name?
It's Quakenbush, but
Thank you.
it's not the first time, so don't
I
feel
am
bad.
so sorry. So Dan is new with us and in our planning and zoning team. And Dan, thank you for presenting.
Where do you come from?
So my wife and I just moved from Colorado, Fort Collins. But I'm excited to be here with the city, and I've been here about 3 months at this time. So,
Well, good, yeah.
so to summarize what the applicant is proposing, he's proposing to add a patio cover to the front of his home. The existing setback for the home is approximately 18 feet. And he's proposing to only build it 6 feet into that front. You can see attachment 2 here, which I've put together. The red / kind of pink area is the setback area on his home. And the location of the proposed patio covers that black dashed area. So he's proposing to go about 6 feet into a portion of that setback area. Now, what makes this a hardship for the applicant would be the irregular property shape caused by the corner of the cul-de-sac. So with that, we didn't have any other public input at this time, and I guess I'll turn the time over to council for any questions that you might have of me.
Are there any questions for Dan? Okay. Thank you. So this is a public hearing, and the only person signed up in support is Richard, and then there is no one signed up to oppose. And so, oh, I'm sorry, and thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? So come on forward, and thank you for stating your name and your address.
Thank you. My name is Steve Reynolds. I live at 2617 Berlin Place, which is right across the street from Mr. Barajas. I didn't know I had to sign up, but I was here anyway. I'm here to support him. We live in the back of a cul-de-sac. My property, the picture's gone, but it was directly opposed in that corner, basically across the street, but our properties adjoin.
Good. Dan, could you put the picture back up? That way it's up there during the duration of the conversation. Thank you.
Anyway, if you looked at the picture directly straight down is my property. our two properties join basically in the middle, where his property comes around, mine joins to it. I hope that is explanatory. But I'm here to support him. It's the end of a small cul-de-sac, 6 properties. I don't see any negative effects of him building or getting the variance at all. It won't affect any of the services, city services, emergency services, or anything of that nature. And I think it would improve our property. It would improve the appearance of the property, which on that part of town, it's all welcome. So I just wanted to express my support and hope that he gets his variance.
Thank you for testifying. We appreciate that. Is there anyone else that was not signed up that would like to speak on behalf of this item this evening? Seeing none, this is a public hearing at this time. Is there anything that the applicant would like to come back and address or say? Probably not. Okay. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
And second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Council discussion.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to accept the variance as stated.
And I'll second that.
Any further discussion? And roll call.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
It's done. You're approved. Okay.
Start
then-
working tomorrow, right?
So the next public hearing this evening is a variance to the City of Nampa zoning ordinance sections regarding a corner lot split. This is 10-8-8-B-1, requiring 2 off-street parking spaces. 10-8-8-B-3, requiring the smallest parcel to have 2 property lines at least 65 feet in length by 50 feet wide, comprising of 3,250 square feet. And section 10-8-11, requiring 2 paved off-street parking spaces be provided for a property located at 1012 East Amity Avenue. This is within an RS6, single-family residential, 6,000 square foot minimum lot size zoning district. The applicant is proposing to remodel the existing house on an existing 45-foot long by 50-foot wide lot, comprising of 2,250 square feet with 1 covered parking space, which is a carport for Calvin Duffin. Is the applicant present? Thank you. Thank you for stating your name and address as you come forward.
My name is Calvin Duffin, and I reside at 16789 North Wentworth Lane. And I have photos. Would it be okay if I pass these out for you?
Thank you. Good looking tie, too.
Thank you.
So as you can tell, the house is kind of an eyesore of the first, glance at it. But my wife and I purchased the property, and we intend to remodel the property and make it a very good-looking, residence for either ourselves or, some future renter. And so right now we are planning on putting on a 2-bed, 2-bath addition to the house, but the lot is very small. And so with that, any lot that's under 6,000 square feet, we are not able to build that. So we come today to, request the variance says we can't, so we want to request, an appeal that, as well as a 2 parking spaces. We want it to be just 1 covered car space in the back, as shown in the plans there. And that is due to, the lot is very small, and so we are requesting that there just be 1 covered carport in the back. So, and I think that is everything that I have to say. So.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, as you just watched the other one, so we may have you back.
Okay. All right.
So we'll have staff
Mayor
report.
Kling,
Yes?
quick question.
I'm
So
sorry.
your property is located on the former section of Amity, just to the west of Colorado? The Colorado bypass?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yep.
This is an existing lot that he purchased that is short. Typically, it's a 65-foot dimension that's required on these corner lots. This has been previously split, so he's dealing with an existing circumstance. What he wants us to do is basically improve the situation. You see the existing lot on the left, or how it's situated on the left. I think this was probably in his packet that he presented you. He wants to remove the existing garage that's on the left or west side of the property, as well as a small addition on the north side of the existing dwelling. And he wants to reconstruct or construct a new addition to the existing structure just to the west, and a carport to the north of the existing structure. He purchased this property around April this year and wants to remodel it by adding on, creating an additional carport. The structure itself will meet setbacks. This is basically an effort to ask for a variance for the one off-street parking, covered parking space, as well as cover the variances that are existing there for the lot width and size. So that's basically it, or the lot depth rather, and the lot size. Basically to give it what it needs to be a legal situation. Any questions?
Okay, hearing no questions, this is a public hearing. We actually don't have anyone signed up in support or opposing this other than Calvin himself. Kevin, excuse me, I apologize. Kevin, is there anything additional that you would like to add to the staff report that you think you know? No? Okay. Hearing none, I would stand for a motion to close public. Oh, I forgot to ask, was there anyone here that intended to speak that did not get to sign up? Okay, seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Stand for discussion or a motion?
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, I'd move that we grant the variance to the city of Nampa with conditions as presented.
Second. Oh, let Randy, no, let Randy on there.
Second with a comment.
Yes.
I
this
think
is-
this is a new standard that all new proposals need to be brought in with.
I need to,
Good job.
yeah, Mayor, Council, I need to apologize for the sidebar I had with Darrell, but I couldn't help but comment at the presentation that Councilman Haverfield is impressed with this, so that just verified the comment.
And Madam Mayor, I commented back that he'd be even happier if he had done the design. So, he's an architect, Kevin, if you were not aware of that, okay. All right.
I will make the comment, though, that this is a great idea, and we're going to be needing to be probably a little bit more open to smaller home concepts going forward, as, you know, I think that we're going to see more opportunity for that. But anyway, great job.
Yeah, great job.
Good.
Or is your wife involved with this? I was going to say, usually that's the case, so I'm just curious, okay.
Good job, okay.
So I let Haverfield have the second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was waiting for him to say something,
Okay.
actually.
And are we ready for roll call? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Done. Yes. Okay. The next public hearing item, 8.4, is a variance to the city zoning ordinance, section 1011.5D, requiring a 20-foot setback from the front property line for structures for an existing single-family dwelling and attached garage located at 315 South Garland Street with a RML zoning district. The applicant is requesting the variance in order to allow the existing garage structure, which extends into the right-of-way of South Garland Street approximately 6.5 feet, and the existing dwelling portion, which extends up to 14 feet, excuse me, into the required 20-foot front setback. This is for Daniel Anderson. Is Daniel Anderson here? Is the applicant here? I don't see the applicant. So is the applicant is not here, is that correct? Okay, so staff report.
Here's a picture of the house as presently constituted. The applicant is selling the property, and he has need of these variances. He's not proposing to add anything, he's just proposing to get the variances needed to clear up the situation again. That garage that is sitting there, structure, encroaches into the right-of-way 6.5 feet. So there needs to be an encroachment agreement recorded against this if the council approves this. So that section of the garage that comes out to the property line is also in violation of setback, so it's basically no setback. It encroaches 6.5 feet into the right-of-way. The next portion of the front of the house, has a 6.5 foot setback from the street right away. And then the back section of the house is about 14 feet from the right of way. So none of it meets the required 20-foot setback. So this is a request to allow the 0 setback on that portion of the garage and the other reductions in setback to the 6.5, or to the 6, I think it was 6.5, excuse me, and the 14 for the back portion. So, and it's all for the purpose of being able to sell the property.
So Norm, my understanding is, they've purchased this property, they're not making any changes to the structure whatsoever. But it doesn't meet code. Is that correct?
The setbacks.
The
and
setbacks
and
don't.
the right-of-way encroachment. So he's the owner, he wants to sell it. And so in order to, be upfront with everything to a prospective buyer, he needs a legitimate variance in order to deal with those problems. The alternative would be to not grant it, and I guess I don't know what he would do at that point. Either leave it as is and not be able to sell it, I guess.
I have one other question, maybe irrelevant, but did the owner purchase this property at this state?
I don't know the detail on that. I believe he is the owner. I don't know how long he has been the owner. Well, I did say that, didn't I? See. No, I don't know when that was the other one that had a purchase date.
Okay.
Yeah, the dwelling was built in 1932, and the detached garage that is being removed. See, again, I'm mixed up. I'm bouncing behind that other one. The dwelling was built in 1932. The addition was built in 1971. And so all of this existed prior to our original zoning ordinance. So it's kind of a nonconformity that he's trying to get a legal status on, basically. So as far as the age of how long the current owner has owned it, I don't have that information.
Okay.
But he's wanting to sell it.
Thank you. Councilman Levi, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. You pretty much explored my question. Just to take a little bit further, as I was trying to figure out, were there permits, what was done in the past, because it's been remodeled somewhere along the line.
Yeah, none of it's new.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Councilman Haverfield?
Norm, is the map, it's labeled map? Yeah, that one there. If, what you said, I think does this work? Yeah, it does. It doesn't on the screen. Okay, there you go. So this is the front of the house that currently is not meeting the setback requirement,
Yeah, the garage is 6.5 feet into the right.
right? And the house itself,
The house is 6 feet from the right of way. The back side of that back section of the house is 14 feet.
which the front setback requirement there is what?
20.
Okay, so it doesn't appear that even the house to the north or to the south meets that requirement.
There's a lot of, yeah, in those older areas you see that a lot, because they were built before, in some cases, before the 20-foot was required.
Yeah. So that's just my observation for council.
I have a question. When these homes are built before the requirement was there, aren't they grandfathered in?
They are grandfathered, but in order to, it does create a situation where they're not conforming to current standards. And in order to clear it up for a potential buyer, they want to get it cleared up and ask for a variance.
So Madam Mayor, just a question. I'm just curious. So what's this going to cost the owner approximately to get this cleared up if we
Well, it's basically just the application variance cost of $255, plus the encroachment agreement, recording that encroachment agreement.
Okay, and so educational then, if this owner had not disclosed this, would he have been able to sell the property as is?
That's a good question. I assume that he is
I mean, if somebody-
seeking this in order to sell the property,
So
and there would be a title issue.
there's been a blockage
probably.
of some sort.
Probably a title issue for
Title?
the purchaser.
Okay, I'm just curious. Okay.
I'd sell it to you as is.
Well, I think I have a property right across the street, but so I'll take- you can sell that one too if you want.
Well, this will set a precedence for you to get a variance.
Robert, did you have an answer to that question?
Mayor and Council, Norm hit on it, but typically, if in the private sector, either, for example, a loan officer, some other lender, appraiser, attorney, real estate agent, et cetera, asks for some kind of verification as to whether or not the property enjoys any kind of legal nonconforming use rights or not, we would give that opinion, of course. If there's a cash deal that happens, then no one may know about it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Madam
So-
Mayor?
Yes.
I can, if you're interested, I think I can kind of weigh in on this. Is not an unusual situation, maybe to this degree, but council should be aware there's two different things going on here. One is the failure to meet the setbacks established by the city. The encroachment into the public right-of-way is a different issue, and Norm is proposing to handle that with an encroachment agreement, which is something we have a form for, and that comes up periodically. The need to get it resolved, if the property, to your question, if this configuration predates the 20-foot setback regulation, then the property is a valid non-conforming use. But that status as non-conforming often creates problems with conventional lending and homeowners insurance and title reports. And so this will clear that up. If it was constructed after those setbacks were in place, then it would be an illegal use and subject to abatement. Not suggesting that the city would do that, but that obviously would create significant problems for any future owners. I think that's what they're aiming to get clarified and cleaned up.
Thank you for the clarity. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is a public hearing, and there is no one signed up in support or in opposition of this. Is there anyone here that had intended or would like to testify on this matter this evening? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion? Or a motion?
Fellow council members, Madam Mayor, I'd move the city council to grant the variance to the City of Nampa zoning ordinance with conditions.
Second.
Further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi? Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
And for our last public hearing this evening, this is a request for a modification of annexation and zoning development agreement between James L. Bain and Arlene Bain and the City of Nampa. It was recorded on 11/29/2005 as instrument 2005-79363, amending Section 3 regarding building aesthetics, Section 5 regarding fencing, Section 8 regarding landscaping, and Section 10 regarding hours of operation, providing a new schematic design for a single manufacturing building rather than the previously approved design for multiple buildings with varying uses, and clarifying the industrial zone park zoning provisions for the location of surface parking, exterior storage, and outdoor operations. This is a 52.68 acre parcel located at 16376 and 16378 Star Road and situated in the southeast quarter of Section 7 and the south one-half of Section 8, T3N R1WBM for Shane Plummer representing Engineered Structures. And is the applicant present? Thank you for stating your name and address and herewith.
Hello, Madam Mayor. My name's Caleb Roop with the Pacific Companies, and my address is 430 East State Street in Eagle, Idaho. I think the gentleman here working on setting up a brief PowerPoint for you guys, so I'll let him do that. And pull it up here. There, you got it. Okay, good to go. And then for advancing it, that guy right there? Okay, can you? Great, okay. All right, well, tonight I'm here before you because I have a proposed project for your consideration that is in need of this modification of the development agreement. And just to give you a little bit about my company and what I do, we're based in Eagle, been here 20 years. We actually started in Nampa, right down by the train museum there, but kind of outgrew that space, and now we're in Eagle. So we've completed about 160 projects in our life, and about 10,000 housing units and about 655,000 square feet of commercial and public schools and such, and a pretty hefty value. That's kind of where we're scattered. We build all over the western U.S. and in Idaho specifically as well. And next slide's okay. And then you can just flip through these. These are just some of the properties that we've built over the years, and just so you have a flavor of what we're doing. Also, want to just talk to you about the situation with the housing market. And I think you guys know, because you see probably a lot of folks talking about it, is that a lot of people are having trouble affording the price of a home. And so you see a lot of apartment buildings happening these days. Now over half the cities are dominated by renters, meaning there's more renters than there are homeowners. And so you can flip the slide again. And then some of the consequences of that, there's about 11 million households that are paying more than 50% of their income for rent. As those rents keep going up, it produces a burden. Next slide, and this just kind of gives you an idea of the people that are affected most by that. You can see the different statistics there. Next slide's okay. And when somebody doesn't have the rent money or it's too much, they make the choices and they start to compromise, and groceries and food are the number one. So that's what people do. Next slide's okay. And then really, as we're housing builders, and we build all kinds of projects, but a lot of multifamily, both market rate and workforce housing. And our biggest challenge right now is finding construction workers. We just are struggling, and it's a big problem. And so this project is really designed and scoped to deal with that. Next slide you can do. And these are just some articles I pulled from various newspapers around the country, just sort of depicting the situation we're in. And then kind of, if we talk about building this project that I'm working on, we still have workers needed for that plant. And, you can see that, construction as an industry has not done much in the way of automation, whereas many other industries have, like manufacturing and logistics. You can just flip through these articles, are okay, and talks about different automation that's happened over the years, and they're building homes out of 3D printing now and things like that. So that kind of brings us to the project that I'm working on. And I'm here in front of you today to ask for some modifications to the development agreement that came with the property when we bought it. It was implemented about 10 years ago approximately, when the property was annexed into the city and rezoned. And at the time, that project was really meant to be kind of a light industrial park with multiple buildings and different things like that. And doesn't really conform with the use that I need to do at all. And so this is just kind of a neighborhood setting there, so you get an idea of where it is. The cheese factory just to the south there, and your interstate's just a little bit further south, and right off of Star Road there. And you can flip the slide there. Just some highlights about the project. It's about a 388,000 square foot manufacturing facility, and with an office space. It's about a $100 million investment total on the 52-acre site, and we'll have about 200 modules of storage capacity after that. The next slide, I just want to give you kind of like, what are we doing there? Just thought it'd be helpful. So because of the labor problems that we have in finding construction workers, we're building a modular manufacturing facility. And what a module is it's really a part of a building that gets built in a warehouse or a factory, and then a truck takes it to the site, a crane picks it up, stacks it in place, connects it to a foundation or each other, and then you get a multifamily development. And that's really what that is. And that picture on the right is an example of one. But these can be stacked like a real common use now is like a Holiday Inn Express. They use it for hospitality a lot too.
And so these are really for multi-story, larger buildings, 3, 4 stories is pretty typical. But the product on the right, which is one of our sites, is a 2-story product. So you can really use it in a lot of different applications. But that's what we're building out of the plant, that just so you guys have a flavor for it. Next slide, and then this gives you kind of a depiction of the area, the site plan there, neighborhood to the north and such, and the next slide's okay. I think one of the big things that we're trying to do here with this plant is to do what we want to do, which is produce about 1,600 modules per year out of that plant. We would need about 750 workers to do that, and we just can't find that many workers. And so we have introduced a heavy dose of automation into this plant, about 40 of those industrial-sized robots. And they would be building a lot of the wall and ceiling and floor lines. So think of the framing stage of a building. They're doing a lot of that part of the work. Next slide. And this is just a shot I wanted to give you guys from a plant in Sweden. There is no automated manufacturing facility like this in the United States or North America. This would be the first of its kind in that way. But this is a plant in Sweden that we went and visited, and you can see the robots there building the walls with their various, attachments and robotic implementation and everything else. So you get a feel for what's happening in that picture, and that would be somewhat similar to the line that we would produce. Okay, next slide. So when we did our planning commission meeting, some of the neighbor concerns that came out, and one of them is traffic, which you probably hear about a lot of projects, but that was one. And I wanted to first share that the primary shift that we're going to be on is a 7 a.m. to 3:30 shift. So we're going to be a little bit off of the normal busy traffic time, and that's really for our help too, because we don't really want a lot of our employees delayed coming into the plant when it needs to start on time. We also have the ability to kind of direct traffic as we see fit through employee communications if we need to. We can shift our hours and move them around. And when the Planning Commission had the proposal, we had 3 driveways proposed, but we've reduced that to 2. And we think that's going to create a better flow. We've eliminated a driveway on the north property line, and we put it in the middle and combined it with what was already a middle access point for the modules. And what you see there in that picture, the gray area is really the manufacturing building, and then all in front of that there, all the way to Star Road, to the left of your screen, that's all storage of the modules. And then on the top of the picture there, what you see is the parking and such. So that kind of gives you an idea of what's going on, but that whole site's 52 acres. Okay, next slide. So another concern that came up was noise. We hear that a lot. But I think the thing to keep in mind is, we're going to be operating under normal business hours. The building activity occurs in the factory, really. So that's just one thing to know is, you can, some good modular plants here in Boise area, Gurdon Homes and Nashua Builders. You can go out to Federal Way, which is where their plants are, and just be around. There's just no noise coming really from those plants. And we're basically building the same kind of product. We're set back about 200 feet from the property lines that the owners of the homes to the north are. The requirement's only 30 feet, but just the site logistics and putting the parking there really produces that. And then you'll notice if you go one more slide, we really took a lot of care to kind of put all the material delivering and handling on the south side of the property. So what you see there is obviously the railroad tracks on the south side of the property. And then all the truck delivery that happens, dropping off lumber, dropping off mechanical equipment, supplies, happens on the south side. So that was a design before the concern came up, but we've situated it all there to deal with that. Okay, next slide. So odor and dust are kind of ones we hear about from time to time. And again, we're not producing anything organic. We're producing building modules. So we're going to have our own dust control system built in. So if you saw those robots, when they're cutting, they have a vacuum on them, and they suck up the sawdust from the cut into a piping system and deposit it into a central refuse area. And then that just gets shipped out. So there won't be any odors or dust emitting from that, and you guys have your standard ordinances that we would all comply with, and we've reviewed them all, and there's no issues with any of that. Okay, next slide. So another concern we hear sometimes is lighting. Again, we're going to be built for all the city codes and standards with downward-facing lighting. And then, on the north side where the residents are, we've intentionally designed that to be more of a passive environment. So there's just parking there. The office component of the building is there, and our heavy uses are really on the south where the railroad tracks are. Okay, next slide. So I just want to talk real quick about the project benefits. A couple more slides, and then we're done. We're looking at around 350 full-time jobs right now, with a starting wage of a minimum of 20, and an average of about 44,000. That's where we're headed. We're really lucky. I have to tell you, when I went to Sweden and tried to find the automation company, they couldn't fulfill our orders in our timing, and so, by a miracle, really a miracle, a local company, House of Design, we located here in Nampa, and they've been really great to us in helping us. And so this is kind of going to change their business substantially. They're out, kind of by College of Western Idaho in the little incubation center there, and they're looking at 12 to 15 new hires as a result of our project. So we're really happy to have made that happen. Next slide. New water and sewer lines we're extending through CWI's property, or Boise State's property now, and we're working with them. Do our Star Road improvements, and then one of the things that we really feel is critical to our success is to work with CWI and Nampa schools to develop training programs, because the jobs that we're going to have aren't all typical construction jobs. There's going to be a lot of folks that are going to need the technological skills to interact with the robots and manage the assembly lines and stuff, and so there's a lot of kind of technology-based jobs and help that we need, as well as designers and factory implementers. You know about economic multipliers. I don't need to go into that, and then property taxes. So that's it for that, and go to the next slide. And then I just want you guys to see some last few slides is just some modular projects we've done in our career. We've done 12 modular projects, not with this factory, of course, but you can't tell they're modular. They're high density design. This is a public school we actually did down in Los Angeles with modular construction, and then the last project there is another one that we've done in the Central Valley of California. So that's really it. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. We have the modifications that have been proposed for the development agreement. I've reviewed all those. I've got a few minor ones that I would like to see made. They're not essential or critical to me, but I would like to see them made. And I don't know, Robert, what the process would be. I have hard copies to hand out, and we can do that real briefly. Or I don't know if the process allows me to make comments later and go through the drill. So I'll defer to what you guys say to do. Okay?
In that it's a public hearing, the applicant actually has an opportunity to come back and speak again.
Got it.
And so as far as handing out what you've brought, I'm happy we could do that now. And then, Robert, are you the one who's speaking tonight? You are? Okay.
So what I'm going to hand you is the First Amendment to the development agreement that's already in your packet, and all I did was just make some red lines. There's probably 6 of them total, and you can flip through them and easily identify them, and we can talk about them if we want to.
Okay. Thank you. So at this time, I think we'll go ahead and have Robert provide the staff report, and then we'll have you come back up in just at some point.
Mayor and Council, good evening. This action item that comes before you, as indicated on the first page of your report, is seeking a decision on your part. And that decision, as was already noted and read, was whether you would affirm or deny a development agreement modification request as put forward by the applicant and explained by their representative at this point in time, just before my comments now. Development agreement modifications are, staff maintains, purely subjective decisions in the way that they're made, and they are attached to normally either an annexation or rezone request, or in this case, attached to a development agreement already running with the property, and on the site is indicated on your vicinity map and is already read into the record. And so again, whether you choose to approve this item or not is solely up to you. You don't have to have or borrow any particular zoning standards to use as part of your criteria. Again, simply if you believe this is in the best interest of the city. And staff would encourage you to use, of course, reasonable logic in making that decision. And your packets have a copy of the staff report and also the commission hearing minutes As they entertained this idea, they did approve it in the end, or I should say recommended favorably for it. They had 6 persons in opposition there too, and 2 persons who were undecided regarding the matter according to the minutes that we have put in your packet. You also have, as the applicant's representative indicated, a copy of the red line development agreement that they gave to staff, a few other exhibits, and also a draft development agreement that staff put together for your consideration that incorporates both the applicant's proposals and tries to also provide some kind of mitigations that would help buffer the neighbors to the north from impacts that this project is proposed or excuse me, is approved. And with that set of standards, you'll notice that a lot of them really are just simply borrowed from the zoning code of the city of Nampa and refined a bit. Excuse me. I think that concludes our comments for the time being, unless you have any questions.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Hobbs, are you familiar with what the applicant just handed to us, the First Amendment to Development Agreement?
If it's the same as in the packet, yes. If not, no.
Is it the same? I'm sorry, that's to save time.
Okay, this is
That's
this
the
is
red
draft. Okay. And so what he just handed me was is this the one you're referring to, Bruce? Yes, that's the draft agreement.
Okay. No changes?
Other than what the applicant proposes as far as minor tweaks, this is what staff advanced to you for your consideration. So I need to see what those proposed amendments are.
Yeah, I don't know what they are.
I would note that in this particular First Amendment, there is a set of exhibits that show what the commission saw, which are elevation drawings, site plans, etc. And those plans may be slightly modified from what I understand, and the revised plans built into this agreement. And that's because the applicant apparently changed engineers through the project, but as they indicated, the changes are fairly minor. And the commission spent a great deal of time going over some of the building elevations, et cetera. Most of those based upon the kinds of fenestration they might have or not have, as well as wall plane size, color, et cetera.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Robert, I've done work at the Gurdon Homes plant on Federal Way and a couple others. The height of the structure, does it need a height restriction? Does it exceed the height restriction, or do you know? It's not in the packet here.
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, the height restriction for the IP zone is non-existent, basically.
Oh, okay. So there isn't an issue with that. Thank you. Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor and Robert, this is mainly for the applicant when he comes back. So somebody will explain what the minor changes are?
Yes.
Okay, and is that for the
Mayor and
applicant
Councilman
for
Bruner,
later?
he can explain those to you.
Very good.
He simply indicated to me that he had a few minor tweaks to see voiced to you.
Okay, thanks.
If there aren't any further questions for Robert, let's have the applicant come back and let's walk through the tweaks that you have suggested.
Got it. Thank you for having me back. Just the first page, I'll just go by page number. So page 1, you can see off to the left, if you see a line there, that means a change has been made. And the first is just correctly identifying the owner developer, which is us, Pacific West Communities. The second one on the first page still, it adds the with accessory buildings language. And what I'm trying to get at there, I don't know if we have that other slide up we could put on my presentation, but if not, we have like, a area for employee, preparing meals and stuff. They're modular trailers. We bring them in there. They look like they're part of the building. That accessory structures might be a refuse cover for the trash area, things like that. So I just don't want to, because the language just says single structure building, and I just wanted to make sure we had the room to do those kinds of accessory structures. So that's the second change. If you go to page 9, there's no more changes until page 9. That's number 6 there, and then about the middle of the page. And the language says no waste products shall be exposed to view from eye level from any property line. And what I've added there is excluding the adjacent Boise Valley Railroad property to the south or other industrial zone properties. And why I've added that is because that's where we're trying to put all of our, manufacturing activity on that end of it, in terms of like where the trash comes out from the building, goes into the dumpsters and stuff. And so I'm just trying to be clear that, my whole goal in this was to make sure everything from the north was in good view, and the south, for along the railroad tracks, there would be that potential. So the next change is just below it, where it says 7 open storage. And I'm just clarifying there that in addition to the completed product that's out of the factory, sitting there waiting to go to the job site, that a lot of times what we do is we will, when we have a project coming out for the first time, we'll want to put it together at the factory site and assemble it and make sure it goes together well. And so, just to be clear, we'll be sort of assembling some things from time to time, then taking them down and then shipping them out. And then also, we like to put displays up. And so we would put a display up from time to time. And so I'm just, again, this is really a minor tweak. We could probably just live with the existing language, but I'm just, out of abundance of caution, being super clear. Then the last item, page 10, it's number 2 there, and those changes are really numbering changes, but number 2, it says, what I'm after there is that having the ability, if the engineering department and the public works department approve it, to connect to the high pressure system. Right now we're in what's called a low pressure system, and it's jacking up our design of, with fire booster pumps and everything else, and just driving up costs. And so, subject to their approval, I want to be able to connect to the high pressure system, and that's really a decision that you guys have to make, and they might defer it to you, but that's something. This doesn't obligate that, it just mentions it in as a possibility. And then the last page is 11, and that's just putting my name in there, and then the notary on the county. So substantively, just to recap them real quick, you've got the accessory buildings on page 1 that's of consequence. You've got the view from the railroad tracks on page 9, the ability to do modular mock-ups on page 9 also, and then on page 10 is the issue of the high-pressure system. So that's the scope of the changes. Questions on that?
That was excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Helpful. Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we have a couple people signed up. We don't have anyone in support. We do have a couple people signed up in opposition. The first person is Frank Matson. And thank you, Frank, for coming and stating your address. And
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Frank Matson, 4915 Hemlock Way. I'm all for creating new jobs. But this is going to be noisy regardless. And the fact that there's no talk about putting a concrete or block wall in between my property and this is just, it's unheard of. I mean, that's going to block light, it's going to block sound, it's going to block the looks, but most of all the sound. Let me tell you something about our properties. All these properties up here that border this are 1-acre properties. We live, it's really nice, it's quiet. The way the property was annexed before was perfect. It was for daytime operations, not 24-hour operations. I don't care how much this guy says, oh, it's not going to smell, it's not going to do this. They said the same thing about the cheese factory. If the wind's coming from the south, you know how bad that smells? It's horrible. I got the Idaho Event Center at night, got outdoor concert in the summer till 11:30 in the evening. This is just another one. It's going to drive my property value down. And the first meeting I had here and I spoke, I felt that my voice wasn't heard. Another thing is, we're in the county, we're not part of the city. So, I don't get to vote for you guys, So it's not being heard of, but I don't think there's enough. I haven't seen an environmental impact study. I haven't heard a noise study. The traffic is horrendous on Star Road. It doesn't matter what time of day. There's enough semi-traffic going out from the cheese factory, the semi-training across the street, the sign company right there, and whatever they're going to put in between that. And what I'm really ticked off about is when you guys sent out letters, you guys only sent out letters to the people that border this property. There was nothing going out to my neighbors on this. And you know, I have bad health. I'm battling stage 4 cancer. I can't go out and canvass the neighborhood and get these people to come in. You know. But I think this has not been thought through enough. I think that this council needs more time to decide on this. And for sure, a concrete or block wall needs to go up no less than 8 feet tall. But those are my concerns. You know, I've heard this before. I've lived places before where they've said this, and what happens is they're never what they say. Oh, they're going to be quiet. It's going to be nice. Sure, you know, the nice thing is going to create jobs. But it's going to have a direct impact on my property. Our property lines are within 40 feet of each other. The only thing separating it is a creek. But that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Thank
may I
you.
ask?
Yes.
I'm sorry, your last name again?
Mattson, M-A-T-S.
All right, Mr. Mattson. So I'm just curious, you say you have an acre of property.
Yes.
So what's the footage as far as you're on the north side of this, of the applicant's proposal? What's your footage where you're looking for a wall?
Where
Amount
I'm
of
looking
footage.
for a wall, it needs to be within, you know.
I mean, what's your amount of property line?
Well,
that's-
where
that's-
these houses are, it doesn't need to go around the whole property, just where it divides, you know, the houses to the north in that property line. I mean, I think that is a fair trade-off.
So you don't have any idea though about approximately what that length of wall would amount to?
Yeah, that one length there, so whatever that is, I'm sure the measurement's in the packages here
Okay.
somewhere. But no, I do not have
Okay,
a
that's fine.
measurement for that.
Mayor Kling, if I could.
Mhm.
Mr. Mattson,
Yes.
Could you point, if you could, where your house is located?
So, my house is like it's the second one in off of Star Road, so there's a house here that sits on Star, mine is right behind.
I see, okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mayor
Any more
Kling.
questions?
Mr. Mattson, how long have you lived in your home?
I've been there for about 3.5 years.
Okay. So you probably weren't aware that back in '05, the city did approve annexation and a zoning assignment for this type of a use.
Yes, I was, but it was not 24 hours, and it was for, you know, that's a huge thing. The 24-hour thing is a huge thing.
So you're aware that it could be an industrial development at some point in time?
Yes,
Okay.
but it wasn't listed for 24 hours.
All right,
That's,
thank you.
and that's the thing that I'm fighting for, is the noise for the 24-hour in that wall. And I'm going to fight hard for it if it doesn't go through.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike Clover. Mike, thank you for stating your address.
Mike Clover, 16547 Mahogany Drive. Kind of like Frank's saying, back in the day, it was zoned for light industrial. You know, just storage units, not business, not workers, not 300 people coming in, not semis. Now they're wanting to make it heavy industrial, so which changes, you know, totally different. They say, oh, little tweaks here, not really. Same thing with the business hours, you know, 24, going 24/7. So yeah, I live down in the next cul-de-sac down, and I'm about 200 feet away from where they want to have that parking lot. So I'm gonna have light, I'm gonna see the workers, I'm gonna probably smell their cigarettes. I do own 2 properties, but anyway. I own two of the same cul-de-sacs, but she doesn't want to talk. Anyway, I got lost here. So yeah, how tall, so when we went to this last meeting, I felt like they didn't understand the difference between that. You know, that it was already industrial. Well, it was light industrial. And they talked about this fence, and they said it was gonna just be chain link with slats. That's not gonna block any noise, and it's not gonna be very high. So, and then, yeah, traffic, that's the main road to Star. I mean, sometimes I have to I have to turn towards Star to get out of my neighborhood, because the traffic's back, all the way back from Cherry, all the way to Hemlock. So, what else do I got here? Yeah, the storage outside, I mean, the operations outside, what does that mean? Probably about all I got, sorry. All right, any questions?
Okay, are there any questions?
Okay.
Thank you very much. So Jessica, are you wanting? I do not want to speak. Okay, but you are signed up. I agree with these guys. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that did not get signed up that's here to speak on behalf of this? Yes, or opposed. Yes, come on up. Thank you for stating your name and your address.
My name is Dave Nugent, and I live at 16520 Mulberry Lane. I'm a newcomer to the area. I'm not unfamiliar with industrial situations, power plants. I work in one right now, transferring to a rural area. Was a farmer half my life in Oregon, and in Oregon I knew a county commission that worked for the state senate, and they enacted a right to farm bill. You guys all know what that is. So if a farm was in an area and they'd been farming there for 20 years, 30 years, and somebody wanted to build a house on the hillside, they did that. But then what happens? The farmer goes out and spreads his manure, harvests his crops. All the citizens get together, and what do? They complain and they shut down the farmer. So in this situation, I see there's a lot of things that this company can do to mitigate the noise. Have they done the studies? A 200-foot setback is nice until the wind blows. We haven't moved into our house yet. We were remodeling it. My wife was pretty excited when she saw that there was going to be some larger complex. We were told it wasn't going to be for a while. Well, a while is here. And that's our fault, not theirs. But an 8-foot wall is not going to mitigate any noise from a 24/7. I don't know how large this building is. How tall is it? 2 stories is what, 30 feet? I work in a plant that's 12 stories. It's 320 feet tall, so it doesn't matter. I'm just curious. So it's 20 feet. That's not a problem. Is it insulated? Is most of the work going to be done inside in sound walls? Intrusive noise is 60 decibels. Where I work, anything over 60 decibels, you need to start thinking about hearing protection. So long term, they're going to go 24/7. We have a nurse down the street that works nights, so she's going to be sleeping during the daytime. So where does this meet her? Where is she at in this? Does she have to move so she can keep her employment? It's nice to have 300 people, and they can do this, but they need to, as far as I can see, they need to figure out, they need to put foliage in, sound deadening, HVAC. Do they have cooling in this plant? Where's all that at? Has anybody got a neighbor that has an HVAC next to their window and it runs? Well, imagine when you have I don't know how large this building is, but it's got to be hundreds of thousands of square feet. What is the size of those machines? How much noise is that going to be? Are we going to be protected from that? That's up higher. The wind blows out of the south in the wintertime, right? So in the wintertime when they're running their machines and stuff, that's a valid point. So all the neighbors that have been there for 25 years are now supposed to say, you know what, they got jobs. They got a right to the jobs. I think there should be a consideration for the noise especially, because that is probably going to be the biggest nuisance. Fugitive noise is a big problem. It's a big problem in cities. It's along highways. Does the city of Nampa want to be known for the place that, yeah, we'll build a plant right next to you if we get enough people? Thank you for that. Anyway, I think there's some considerations. I think there needs to be a study done to find, so we know what the noise is going to be. I think that's important. I think it's important for the future of the city, not just this community here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that had intended to speak tonight that did not sign up? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come back and provide a response, answer some questions.
Sure. Well, thank you for having me back. So, you know, I know that when you don't know what's going to happen, like, you don't know and you're worried about it. So I get it, you know. But all I can say is that if one would take the time to go out to Federal Way in Boise and see similar facilities, these aren't the kind that make a lot of noise. The operations happen inside. That's why we're doing it this way. What noise could be generated? Well, when folks are coming to and from work, right? If, hearing their cars and stuff, that's the kind of noise you might hear. When a truck pulls up to take a module away to the job site, that's the kind of noise you might hear. But, to be clear, there's a 100-foot of irrigation ditch between property line and our property line. And our building's approximately another 100 feet set back from that to get to the office part of the building. And then it's probably another 50 to 100 feet before you get to the main structure of the building. So we have quite a distance there between an actual physical property line. And mind you that a lot of those residents are even set back further from their own property line. So I would venture to say that the closest anything would be from what we're building would be over a football field away, just to give you some comparative purposes. But I got no problem. You guys have noise standards. They're in your code. We're going to live by them. I'm not even opposed to some random condition you want to put in place that says if there's some, abnormal noise levels that, you monitor it for 6 months or a year, or whatever you want to do, and test it. And if there's a problem, put a condition on us that we'll come back and mitigate the sound. I mean, I'm just not worried about it. I really am not worried about it. We don't want a problem, and I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is to say, there's not going to be a problem. That's not going to be an issue. Traffic, is another one where I could actually see more practical agreement on because, that road is getting busy. It's a true thing. And that one I can sympathize with and go, okay, you got a point on that. And that's going to happen as development occurs. And all I know what to do on our end is to mitigate the main shift that we have by bringing in the people at 7 and having them leave at 3:30. So I've been out to the property site 15, 20 times in my whole process of doing this. I've never once had any traffic troubles, but I also understand that at the peak hours, that there is definitely some traffic that backs up, and I agree. So that's why, for our purposes, we don't want to have our trucks, delivery or departure trucks backed up in that. So we don't want to deliver and do those things at those hours. So we'll be staggering our efforts in regard to that. So I don't see that as I see that as an area-wide issue for sure, and it's a concern. We are widening all of Star Road in our direction, so along our frontage there, we're having to build basically 2 more lanes of throughway. One is, Star Lane's ultimately programmed for 5 lanes wide, middle lane, and then the 2 lanes come in each direction. So we have to have a right-in lane as well. So we have to put in 2 more lanes of traffic there just along our frontage. And that'll help our trucks peel off, it'll help our employees peel off, in addition to our staggered hours. So that's what I would say. I don't, because the wall's so, if you ever did a wall, I wouldn't do a wall. It's so far away that between the noise source, if there even was a noise source, it just wouldn't be much of a mitigant at 8 feet or 16 feet even. And it would be an enormous expense, for that frontage there. So I wouldn't want to do that at all. And just to be clear on the 24-hour operations, I want to specify something. That the only way we would go over a normal shift and do 24-hour operations if we'd be using our robotics to work the graveyard time. So the wall and assembly and ceiling lines can all be developed and operated during those, kind of graveyard hours if we want to run a skeleton crew, and we can do that. To build panels and stuff, a lot of the contractors need panels in the valley, so we would be able to do that. But we don't have any intentions of running like full 350 folks at that time. I mean, we might be down to a skeleton crew of 10 or 12 people at most during those hours. That is not in the specific plan for us to do the 24 operations. I'm just trying to preserve the option to do it in the event that we determine it's of value to do it. So that's what I got for you, and I'll take questions. I know you've had a long night, and sorry to add to your length, but here I am to answer questions if you have any.
I do, Mayor Kling, I do have a question. So what I look at is, if you're going to build a proposal or a project like this one, which it sounds to be pretty good, it's how you affect the neighbors, the residences in the area. So Mr. Madsen, Frank, yeah, okay. He mentioned environmental study. Do you need to have environmental study?
Well, we only do like a phase one environmental on our part that deals with the condition of the property. We don't have to do any formal study. The city of Nampa doesn't require that, to my knowledge, and they can speak up, the staff can speak up to that. But we're building a project that is in the conforming use. The zone already has been considered when the environmental review was done, probably at some point when it was annexed in. So really what we're doing, the only request before you is not to rezone or get a variance or do anything. It's really to say, instead of multiple buildings scattered throughout the site, we'd like to have one building, you know, to one manufacturing plant. So that's all we're asking for. We're conforming to the zone underneath that exists today and that existed when it was annexed in, 15 years ago or whatever it is.
Okay, also, you mentioned that you're about a football field away from the nearest residence. And that would be Mr. Madsen, I believe. And you say that the noise will be an issue. Not knowing what that noise issue will be, if there's any, according to you, you're pretty sound. But don't you think that would be probably a good idea for your neighbors to put a wall up there, just in good faith?
Well, I could tell you, so if I were living there, I wouldn't want a wall. I mean, I'd want to look out. I wouldn't want to look against a wall, for one. I wouldn't want to provide a venue for gang activity, right? That'd be number two. If I were going to choose something to do, I would want to maybe put landscaping, or if you want some visual shielding and stuff. But I don't see any reason for the noise source, like that being an issue, and that's why I would surrender to a condition that said, hey, if there's a problem, I'll come back and do something. But I just don't. I mean, where Mr. Madsen lives, if he's up by the street, the actual building where the activity is going to occur is 600 feet or so from him to the east. Some of the other neighbors are closer to the building, but if you're up on Star Road, that's where all of our storage is that just sits there. Truck pulls it out there and it sits there until it goes to the job. So nothing's going to happen in that area, other than the occasional truck that comes up and takes away. So, I wouldn't want to put a wall up there. The walls will cost $15 a foot to do a 8-foot sound wall, $20 a foot. I mean, there's over 1,000 feet of wall there. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, well, no, the only thing I'm saying is I'm not saying that you have to build a wall. No, I'm just saying that it was brought up by our residences that live out there, and the Fort Idaho Center's out there, and they're blasting when they're having the concerts outside, and I realize this is a noisy neighborhood because of industrial. Yeah. I'm just relaying what Mr. Madsen said and what the other individuals testified to.
But to the noise issue, I really am willing to surrender to that condition. It's not a problem. I'm not afraid of it at all, and you guys can monitor me forever. I'm really fine with it.
Okay. Madam Mayor, if I may I include Councilman Haverfield in this just a little bit? You said you have some experience as far as with the industry over on Federal Way, and I know you have done sound type things. So with a large building like this, if the representative is willing to have conditions as far as if sound is a challenge, in your experience, interior type structure or whatever could take care of if there is excessive sound?
Well, certainly.
Okay. At a much less expensive cost, in your opinion, than since there's question even whether a wall would even affect sound. But
I think a wall would be a wasted effort. Again, the mitigation of sound would be better affected by the use of landscaping, even if it was layered landscaping along the property. You've got the Purdom drain is along that side as well, so it makes more sense to me that you would have a landscape requirement along that northern boundary than putting in a solid wall that would be subject to vandalism. As far as the mention of Gurdon Homes, or I've done a couple of BMC West plants as well, sound is something that's easily controlled within the structures themselves. So the only sound that you really hear is the movement of a vehicle taking it out and parking it so that they can be assembled on site later on.
Okay.
So I don't have any issue at all with what's being proposed.
Okay, then, Madam Mayor, if I may just follow up then, and what I'm hearing, just clarification. If we do have a condition, especially regarding the sound, that's something that you would follow the condition, whatever it took to absorb the sound. Is that
Yeah,
what I'm hearing
absolutely.
from you?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's not a problem at all.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, one question, Caleb, you might be able to answer, or maybe Robert needs to, but I've been scrolling through the tables here as far as for land use, and it appears that this is a permitted use in that zone. Is that correct?
That's correct from my understanding, but I'll let staff answer.
Mayor and council, that is correct, but I also wanted to point out something else to you. The original development agreement crafted about a decade ago contemplated the idea that there would possibly be office and/or business and/or industrial use there on that property. There are a wide variety of uses that can be allowed in the industrial park zone. It is different than a light industrial or heavy industrial zone. And those include such uses as this. So whether this use went in or one or more other uses were to occupy the property in one or more buildings, they could run the gamut of any kind of manufacturing, factory-type use to a variety of other issues or items that you would expect to see in an industrial area.
Mayor Kling, so Robert, this is from the original development agreement?
That's an excerpt from it, yes.
Okay, and that's not being asked to be changed? Or it is?
So in this case, the applicants, you see the footnote there on the red line.
Oh, 24-hour operation.
It's been mentioned tonight. It's basically, in care and keeping, taking the ability to have a grouping of buildings to having one building on the property. That zone also does not have any floor area ratios or maximum coverage ratios that appertain to a site like this, that this particular application is going above and beyond. It has one, but it's not exceeding that.
Thanks.
Is there any further question?
Mayor Kling, there was reference to an existing noise ordinance. Can someone speak to what the existing noise ordinance is? And if it's, I'm opening a can of worms, I can take an answer during the week. But if you happen to have it off the top of your head, I'd just be curious what the noise ordinance is.
Yeah, 7 to 3.
Effectively, what it states is what you see under the noise section in the draft development agreement. So as I said earlier, between my coughs, the code language that we have in our performance standards in Chapter 1 of our ordinance is more or less replicated in the development agreement. It's really a reiteration, but it's there just for the public record and obviously then for those that might obtain a copy of this document and wish to understand its meanings. And I also might venture to say, given that we're talking about noise right now, we don't have a decibel meter, and we don't have a good way to go out and monitor every 6 months whether there is compliance or lack thereof to some decibel standard that's really not expressed in code unless you want to establish one tonight. So it'd be, enforcement would be something we could step up to, certainly, but it's not something we have the tools for immediately at our disposal.
Mayor, I'm not sure if the applicant was done with the rebuttal or not, so I had a question for both staff and for the applicant, but I don't know if you were finished.
I was complete. I would just add on to the noise issue by you guys not having a decibel meter. There's firms you can hire, right, to go out and do the testing. So, what I would say is to your condition, if you do want to put that on there, that you just simply say that, after 1 year of operations or something, that you'll have a noise firm come out and do a noise study. I mean, it's a total waste of money in my opinion, but I will do it, as a way to show good faith to my commitment. and do a noise study, from a firm that would come out and test it, and, they monitor all day long, different days, different hours, things like that. And then you could have a report and we could submit it to staff. So it'd be very easy. Staff wouldn't have to do anything other than receive a report and, check the box that the condition was met. And then, after that noise study, if I agreed to do that, then my request would be that you don't ever make me do it again unless there's a complaint or an issue or a problem. That would be I think the fair thing to do. So that's my proposal on this issue of not having the infrastructure to do your own testing.
Mayor, if we might go back, Caleb, to
Sure.
the traffic.
Yeah.
I know there will be the traffic of your employees coming in and out, and you can stagger that. As far as truck trips per day, what are we looking at?
So our capacity at the plant, if we're successful, will be to build 8 modules per day. The meaning of that is that if you just assume that kind of average, production level, then you can assume roughly 8 trips per day coming to the factory and taking it away. So that would be, I'd say 8 per day would be a reasonable amount. But I would qualify that by saying, it's possible we could have 30 of them sitting there and, 10 show up one day and 5 show up the next day. It's not going to be exactly to our production level. But that would be a good average, 8 trips a day. And then the other truck traffic you would have would be the delivery of materials. And I can't quantify that to you and say, oh, it would be, 50 trips a day, nothing like that, right? But, if a truck pulls up to deliver lumber, if I had to estimate, it would probably be between 4 and 6 trips a day of semi-traffic coming and delivering materials. And that doesn't happen every day necessarily, but as we need materials, that would happen. So that's the main truck traffic that I would say would happen.
So we could be looking at an average of 10 to 15 truck trips per day.
I think that's reasonable. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Then hopefully you can answer this for me too, because I've been scrolling through the map and I just am not putting it together. Where are you proposing that you would be located in regard to Sorrento Lactalis?
We are just directly north. So between us and the cheese plant is the railroad right away. And so you can see the cheese plant is just down there to the left, right there. Sorrento's just down there. Oh, that area there, yeah, exactly. And we're just north of that.
Okay, because I know they have approximately 85 truck trips per day, and adding to their congestion and as well as the frustration that our residents already have getting in and out of that road was a major concern of mine.
Yeah.
The other thing was just my experience with planning and zoning, and I was going to reiterate what Councilman Haverfield said, was that my understanding is that your landscaping serves as a much better berm than any wall could ever do, and it also is a win-win situation just because it beautifies the area and adds to the air quality.
Yeah. The one thing I'll point out, though, on that just for full disclosure purposes, is that the irrigation district, it's there right away, right? So I can only do certain things in there. And so I can't plant any trees in there, for example, on their right-of-way, but we've set our property back, our parking area back, so I have a little space between the right-of-way where it ends and then our parking, let's say, so I can do things in there. And I can put trees in there. I just can't get it right in the right-of-way where the ditch is, because they need it for access.
Thank you, and I was going to bring that up. I appreciate you remembering, because I'm currently working with the irrigation district in a situation, and there are specifications that you have to meet, but if you have room that you've allowed on your property, that's a definite plus.
We've allowed it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing, and I think we're done, so I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Discussion and a motion.
Fellow council members, Madam Mayor, I'd make the motion that the modification of annexation and zoning development agreement with conditions as written in the agenda be approved, along with the First Amendment to the development agreement that has been presented, and that there be a one-year review of noise levels to be paid for by the occupant or the property owner, as mentioned by the applicant, and then that provided to city staff for review, and that mitigation of any excessive noise levels would be addressed at that time by the applicant if there is an issue.
Second.
Discussion?
Mayor, I would ask that, Councilman Skog, would you be willing to put the required landscaping as a berm in your motion?
That's not
I don't-
part of my motion.
Mayor Kling, I wouldn't suggest a berm per se.
Well, or landscaping,
Yeah,
excuse me.
landscape area, obviously, is already, looking at the site plan, is already there. So it's just the placement of the trees, the spacing of 20 to 30 feet on center, I think would be more than adequate from that standpoint.
And that could be mitigation a year from now if there's an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Just a word of thought. There is a business here in Nampa that's on Franklin Boulevard that puts joists together, modular homes, I guess if you'd say. And I toured that. And yes, they are noisy, only when you walk into the buildings. Outside of I think I heard more music than I heard actual hammering. And so, and they employ almost 200 people there. And I was impressed because I could not hear the noise from Franklin Road until I walked right into the building. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that that's not an issue here. Doesn't sound like it could be, but if it is, then I think Councilman Skog has covered that. So I think it's a good deal. I'll go with you on this one.
Any further discussion?
I'll just say, Madam Mayor, I was impressed with the presentation. I'm concerned with that, but it sounds like to me the applicant's willing to do whatever is needed as far as with the conditions. So I know it's not going to make you totally happy, but I think that conditions are very important regarding the noise. So I appreciate the presentation. Thanks.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Okay, that concludes our public hearings. We've got a little bit more to go. Council, do you need a break before we continue? Do we need another break?
I always vote for breaks.
You vote for breaks?
It's almost the second 2-hour bar.
Okay, so we're going to take a brief break and we will reconvene to finish our meeting. Good.
Oh, heck, you're young. You get up early.
Okay, so let's get started again. And first up, we have staff communications. Tom Points.
Evening, Mayor, Council.
Evening.
So Nate and I are going to team up on the staff report. I'm going to take the transportation item, and then I'll turn it over to Nate to talk about some good news with the environmental compliance. So it's also related to transportation. I appreciate the walk and park audit that was presented earlier today, and I took some notes on that. We'll get that audit over to ITD, which has Garrity Road, and they also do audits as well, so that'll be good information for them. And it's good timing because we're looking at grants for the city, so we'll get that to our grant writers as well for more information.
Thank you.
Yeah. So to transportation, we had a transportation master plan workshop number 3 on the 18th of July. Our main topic was funding. So we heard from the citizen survey that the top 2 items are streets and public safety. So we're trying to address a funding gap for streets and transportation. And when I say transportation, I mean congestion, safety, and also pavements. So what we were doing in the workshop, if you weren't at attendance, we had several options on how to fund transportation. There actually is hope to fund transportation. And what I have on the board here is a steady funding increase graph over time. So the blue line are the total needs that are needed, and then the red line would be the revenue. So that red line for revenue is what we were calling the baseline steady funding increase, and it include impact fees, reallocation of GO bonds, and when the GO bonds expire, and putting some funds into transportation. Also the grants that we can, assuming we're continuing to get grants, about $3 million a year in grants. And then that's pretty much the trajectory there. So and some 1% property tax increases, try to keep it spread out over time for about a 15-year period. So follow that plan, you can fund transportation in about 15 years. So that was one of the options on the table for the public to vote in on. Another one was a Canyon County registration fee. And in the model, we put in a $25 registration fee for Canyon County. To explain that a little, that is not completely under control of City Council. It'd take a countywide decision, but we put that in there. We're trying to turn over every rock we could to try to fund transportation. So putting that in, that would generate $2.5 million a year for Nampa, because there's 100,000 cars in Nampa. So that would fund transportation in 10 years. So that was another option we asked. Another option was to take more bonds after the GO bonds were completed. What that showed in our analysis was that it closes the gap. If I can get this clicker to work. Closes the distance between the blue line and the red line during a short duration, but it pushes out the time to fund transportation out to the 20 years. So that was some data we showed. Also, we talked about, again, turning over every rock. Not a very difficult decision for everybody, but we could annex enclave areas, could be an option. It didn't actually it didn't move the dial at all, and it didn't fund the transportation sooner. There was not enough enclave areas in the city to generate the funds that were needed to talk about to fund transportation. So the results of the survey came in, and the most popular vote was a Canyon County registration fee. Over half of the people that attended, which were 61 at the workshop, voted for the registration fee. We heard a lot of comments, get there as fast as you can. We recognize we need to fund transportation. The second one Most popular was this baseline option I have right here, which would be under the complete control of city council with some 1% property tax increases over time. And then the last one would be taking more road bonds. That was the least favorable option. Another thing that we're trying to get out is, so if you had a pot of transportation money per year, how would you slice it up per all the different modes of transportation? So we asked about capacity, bike, ped, transit, safety, freight, and planning studies. So planning studies would be the funds that we would spend to go after these grants, these 7 cents on a dollar projects, or making good decisions on the next corridor to invest in. So you have this information in your packet. There was 40% of the participants said capacity expansion, 28% said bike, ped, and transit. We didn't break out transit and bike and ped. They were all combined in that. Safety, 16%, freight, 11%, and planning, 7%. So that's some data we'll sort through in finalizing our plan. Also, we're recognizing that 61 vote. We appreciate the committee and the 61 votes, but we're working with Amy to put out a more comprehensive citizen vote on some of these same questions to see if we can get see if these answers are what the citizens really would like us to pursue. So next steps, this really is just information at this point for the council to consider, and there's a couple major things that need to happen still. So Patrick's going to come up after me and talk about impact fee. And so there's an impact fee advisory committee on the 29th of this month, and I'll be presenting the transportation plan and the 10-year CIP to that group. And from that, there'll become a recommendation on what would be funded through impact fees. And that impact fees is a big portion of that funding graph in there. It becomes about, roughly third of the funding. So we'd like to go to that committee before we finalize our plan on funding. So we'll be back with information from the advisory committee. I'll also be back with information from the more comprehensive citizen survey. Our long-term goal with this is to continue down the path of looking for strategies and adoptions on how to fund transportation, asking council for your approval there. We have our transportation master plan, all our projects listed, and we're just about done writing the document, and we're going to hold off on asking you to adopt all of those projects until we look at the comp plan, because the comp plan and the transportation are somewhat related. We want to make sure that we're aligning those. So comp plan is going to come in the spring. So is there any questions I can answer about that? Okay, I'll turn it over to Nate.
Thank you, Tom.
Mayor, council, good evening. All right, so Environmental Compliance Division, one of their functions is to serve the customer by managing construction activities, watching the dust, dirt. This is the Erosion Sediment Control Program, part of our Stormwater EPA program. So what's happening? Nampa's growing, lots of new construction, so lots of permits. For this year, we've issued 30% more permits than we did for all of the last fiscal year. So Evan, the environmental compliance manager, and his one inspector, they got to coordinate and be smart about how they get out there and get after all this. So building department, Evan said to give them a big thanks. The coordination and united effort to set expectations for contractors has been highly successful, as in when neighbors near these projects or citizens see dirt or dust being tracked out or inconvenienced by the construction activity, they will call the Environmental Compliance Division. So this year, the number of calls received from customers for complaints is actually down 35%. So we got a lot more permits going out and complaints are down. So we're tackling it and keeping up with the new construction and keeping the customers happy. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Okay, so that concludes the Public Works staff report, correct? All right, so Patrick Sullivan, you're on, and this is the Impact Fee Committee update. Thank you for providing us with an update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I won't take too much of your time. I will hand this out, however.
Want us to pass it down?
Yeah, you can.
So you can start talking.
There you go. Yeah. So, Mayor and Council, I just want to give you a brief update on what we're doing with regard to impact fees. I am the impact fee administrator for the city of Nampa, which means that my job is just to coordinate with the consultants, make sure the meeting or the advisory committee gets together when necessary to review impact fees, and then the other thing is making sure that I follow through and coordinate the ordinance changes with the city attorney and with yourselves and with the planning commission. So why are we updating now in 2018? Well, there's four major reasons. One is the rate of growth and the pattern of development has significantly changed since we last adopted impact fees in 2016. And the 2016 impact fee study showed a 2015 to 2025 population growth projection with a net population growth of 12,480. The current Compass projection in 2018, envisioning 2018 through 2028, envisions a growth rate of 22,242 to our population. The other reason is costs for construction and land have significantly increased since 2016, meaning that if you need to build a new fire station, what we were budgeting in 2016 and what we were collecting for impact fees for that project were significantly, or they were too low in today's market and going forward. Also, the city has a new mayor, and we have a few new council members. And we have a new police chief and a new fire chief since the last update as well. So there's a little bit new direction both on the operational side, plus the time is right just to review our fees and then make sure that they're right for Nampa and that they'll help address the growth. It's also an opportunity to collaborate with the Rural Fire District and collect fees from all new development within the fire district area. So basically, the gist of it is our consultant, Ann Westcott, is working with several fire districts in Idaho, and they can start collecting fees, and they can collect them through a taxing entity, the county, and that way they can combine, we can have Nampa's capital improvement plan, and they can coordinate with a new district capital improvement plan because our fire department services the fire district. So that's going to be something new for this round. So anyway, the Impact Fee Advisory Committee is in the process of reviewing the impact fee capital plans. We met on July 25th and we reviewed parks and police and fire, just draft plans. Parks was consistent with the 2016 study. However, police and fire are really looking at this new growth number, which affects their level of service. It affects and also affects the growth numbers. So they're like fire, for instance. They're looking at 1 to 2 fire stations perhaps in the next 10 to 15 years, and then police have to look at what's the current level of service. How many officers do we need for growth, and how many officers do we just need to maintain level of service? So, we had an initial review by the Impact Advisory Committee, and there were some revisions requested of the department. So those revisions are in the process of being made, and they'll be ready by the 29th when we meet again. Our next meeting will be Wednesday, August 29th at 3 p.m. And we'll look at the revisions for the first 3 CIPs, and then streets is lagging behind just a little bit because the street CIP really is informed by and informs the transportation master plan and both of those efforts need to be coordinated with the comp plan to make sure that we're really projecting growth correctly. And then that way Public Works can sort out what projects are going to be in the area of that growth, and then those would then be put into the capital improvement plan for streets. So I'll share with you our tentative schedule. We're thinking that the Impact Fee Advisory Committee will meet a couple more times. And if we're aggressive about it, we can probably have a draft fee study done by October and get it to council. The presentation to City Council would be an action item for council to approve the draft fee study for review by the Planning and Zoning Commission for them to compare to the comp plan. And then once we have recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission, then we would then have a public hearing approval of the revised impact fees by City Council in November. If there's any revisions, then we would kick it back the requisite amount of time to make those revisions. And we'd like to implement the revisions to the impact fee schedule in January or perhaps February of 2019. So I'll stand for any questions. I just want to give you a quick recap. And I'll bring you a recap, I think, monthly, just to keep you in the know because it's coming up.
Councilman.
Patrick, will binders be at that? We have binders available at the impact meeting on Wednesday.
We expect that if you don't have a current binder, we can provide one and provide the handouts from the
Okay.
last meeting.
Yeah, I had to miss that meeting, so if I
Right.
could, if I could get an updated binder, I'd sure appreciate it.
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, we can do that, and then also I'll be sending out the minutes from the last meeting this week, a week in advance of our meeting next week.
All right.
So those will be by email. You can print those off, put them in your binder, but we'll provide those other documents for you. Do you still have your binder?
I believe so.
Okay, if you don't, let me know, and we will build another one for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Mayor Clayton. Patrick, are you going to be sending out the minutes to only the members of the Impact Committee or all council?
I was going to send it to the Impact Committee members. We have one council person as a non-voting member as a liaison, but if you're welcome, they're public record. I can send them to council as well.
And they should be included in our council packet when they're done for the next council meeting, but we could certainly forward them to the council if you guys would like.
I would appreciate that if you would.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we can sure do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Any
Yeah,
other-
Mayor, Council, just real quick, Patrick, and legal, actually, Mark, if, I know that there's some outstanding cases, unless it was resolved maybe this past week or whatnot, about impact fees and the legality of fees collected in a couple municipalities that affect Idaho. I'm just wondering if you've tracked, are familiar with some of the disputes that are going on to make sure that this process is insulated kind of from potential legal challenges regarding impact fees.
Councilman Hogaboom, I'm sure Ann is. Ann Westcott's, I'm sure, aware of those, but I will follow up with Patrick and we'll take a look.
Okay.
And Mayor and Councilman Hogaboom, we'll just follow up with Ann and just see. Ann is pretty sharp, and we have open meeting, and she's very conservative. So I'm hoping that we're covered.
Yeah, I think Hayden might be one, Idaho, and there's some dispute. So it might, from what I read, that some of this will affect how cities collect impact fees and appropriate the funds. So there's still some dispute. So I will see if I can find that link and maybe just shoot you an email just as an FYI.
That'd be great.
Yeah. All right.
Any further questions? Patrick, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we move into unfinished business, I'm going to do something a little unusual. Is it Clarence? Okay, so I just want to make sure it's only staff sitting in this room, and it's awesome that you want to sit here and listen, but I wanted to make sure you were not waiting for the vote on the resolution. You know what just occurred to me? We voted on that as part of the consent agenda, and it's approved. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure you weren't sitting waiting for that when you could actually go home if you wanted to. Okay. So that is approved and in the go. Okay. And we're talking about the parking on Pine and Olive that we approved, but we had a resolution that we voted on as part of our consent agenda. So, excuse me, I just wanted to clarify as the one faithful citizen that's sitting out here waiting. So, okay. Okay, so moving into unfinished business. This is item 4.1 on the agenda, and it's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RA for connection to city sewer at 8250 Cherry Lane for Boone Seal / Wright, and the public hearing was on 5/21/18.
So moved.
She has to read it, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
But you can be first when we get done.
Thank you.
An ordinance determining
wake
that
up.
certain lands commonly known as 8250 Cherry Lane, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 2.51 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa, Idaho, as part of the RA zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below be part of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
It has been requested that we pass this under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Skog. Yes. Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance for vacation of portions of easements within Block 1 and Block 2 of Lava Springs Subdivision Number 1 on the northeast and west side of Lava Springs Loop, west of Southside Boulevard, and south of East Locust Lane for Schultz Development, Quantro Properties of Nampa.
An ordinance of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating portions of multiple public utilities, drainage, and irrigation easements located in Lava Springs Subdivision Number 1 in Nampa, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
And this also has been requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Okay, Randy?
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog? Yes. Hogaboom?
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
And our last unfinished business item is the first reading of ordinance for zoning map amendment from RS 8.5 to RS 7 between Madison Road and Franklin Road, south of East Spruce Street and north of Ustick Road, and annexation and zoning to RS 7 for an easterly portion of 18360 Madison Road, and annexation and zoning to RS 7 for 0 Madison Road for Ridgeview Estates subdivision in an RS 7 zoning district between Madison Road and Franklin Road, south of East Spruce Street and north of Ustick Road for Mason and Associates representing Michael Riggs.
An ordinance determining that certain lands commonly known as the easterly portion of 18360 Madison Road along Spruce Street comprising of approximately 0.40 acres more or less and an unaddressed parcel of Madison Road between Ustick Road and Spruce Street comprising of approximately 3.2 acres more or less lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa, Idaho as part of the RS 7 zone, declaring that said lands by proper legal description as described below be part of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date, and directing the clerk of the city of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
And this is also requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Wake up.
Yeah. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Skog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Okay, section 5 are the pending ordinances, which are waiting. And then we move on to new business, and I'm really pleased. The first item under new business is the appointment of our new Public Works Director. And just for council, just so that you know, I visited with Michael Fuse, about the plan, and he worked with me, and we discussed the plan for Public Works, and I am really pleased to announce that I would like to appoint Tom Points. That's kind of the weird one, appoint Tom Points, but as our new Public Works Director. Michael has done a good job of hiring and putting a team in place. And I'm extremely pleased and privileged to have the opportunity to elevate from within. And we also have a good plan that will be announced later regarding other people that will be moving forward as part of a team. And so we have a good team, and I'm excited about it. And so Tom's been with the city for 2.5 years. He's been in this business for over 20 years and has been extremely involved within Public Works and transportation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I'm sure Michael, excuse me. Whoa. Tom would be willing to answer any questions that you might have. So, Councilman Skog, who wants to go first?
I'm deferring.
Okay.
Well, it's a exciting thing when there's an internal candidate who can fill the position. I guess I have a question mostly about just the process. You referred to consulting with Michael Foos and arriving at this decision. I'm just curious because I'm concerned a lot about Public Works Director being perhaps one of the most significant positions affecting our city as far as the process and getting there. And I know it might be awkward trying to get some insight into how the internal process was. I know that, for example, we had an NDC appointment that involved kind of a selection committee and a matrix of scoring. And you're, as mayor, can kind of appoint whoever you want, however you arrive at that conclusion. However, I just found it curious that the NDC appointment was subject to a lot of transparency, I think, even though there's maybe, some complaints about how it could have maybe been improved, that process, but at least there was resumes submitted. There's a way of kind of seeing how the process went about, and I felt that in this regard, we weren't given an opportunity to see any of that. Again, as mayor, you can arrive at the decision however you want, and as I said at the NDC appointment, I'm largely deferential as a council member. However, on something so significant as Public Works Director, I would have liked to have seen some insight into how that process was arrived. Similar to, for example, police chief. That was prior to me coming onto council. I know that I believe that there was a committee and there was a way of trying to get a lot of feedback and arrive at a decision of that nature. And so I know that an email went out today to city employees, and as council, we were just copied in on the email. Again, I know I'm kind of airing this out publicly, but I just felt that an email to the city employees with council copied in on the email, and I was kind of pulling up the email. I think the wording was, once council approves tonight, then another round of announcements will be made. It just seemed, the day of an email to the city employees with the council, we were kind of put in a box. And this is not to question the merits necessarily of Tom by any means. I just felt that the process, again, I want to trust that the process was good, but I felt like, trust but verify, and I just would have liked to have seen sort of a verification process on our end. I'm just speaking for myself. So.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and I hear what you're saying, and I apologize that I maybe didn't defer. Michael and I sat down, and what we did was we discussed internal candidates and the opportunity to advance from within versus going out. If we had gone out, we would have gone through a full-fledged process. But in the opportunity to advance from within, I asked Michael, and he took the lead for me in sending an email out to those that would be interested internally, and we asked them a series of questions, asked them to submit a letter with their resume and answer the questions regarding their interest in serving as the Public Works, the Director of Public Works. There are only a couple actual candidates that could step into that role. I made the decision that we have a good team of people, and I have full confidence in Tom's ability and the team. And when you go outside and bring somebody in, what you do is you prevent opportunity for advancement from within. And if we did not have anyone qualified, it would have been different. But to go through that process, one, it's very time consuming. And it also, to me, it communicates a lack of value of the commitment, the work. And one reason why I made this decision to go the direction I did is because we're not going to miss a beat. We've put together over the last number of years an excellent plan of how we manage. And in this case, we're going to continue that plan with our Public Works Department, be it the fleet plan, everything that's in process is going to continue moving forward. And with a team of people that is excellent. So as mayor, I do have the opportunity to appoint a position. And then Tom has the opportunity to also appoint and create the team. And we've had lengthy discussion, and we're actually going to be putting in place something that Michael had wanted to do for some time. We have a lot of work to do, and we have a lot in process. And if we didn't have a good team, I would think differently. But there is a synergy and an energy and a skill set. And I am very pleased that I've got that team in place. And I have full confidence that we're going to be able to walk out excellence in our city. If I didn't have that confidence, trust me, I wouldn't have made this decision. Because I agree, public works is incredibly important. But what we've done in this recommendation is we've continued to move forward what was already in place. And I think that's a tribute to Michael and the work that he's done. And I feel like it's in the best interest of the city that we do so. And that's why the recommendation. I do apologize that I should have communicated more. And I will say, it goes back to being understaffed and crazy busy. There are not, I could work 20 hours a day. And right now, especially not having an assistant, it is hard to keep up. And so I apologize, and I hear what you're saying and understand your question.
And Mary, I'll reinforce that. And there's no, and to me, you're a great communicator. And as far as having an internal, hire, I love internal hires, especially when there's qualified. I think what I'm hearing, I don't want to speak for you, Councilman Hogan, but I think you've apologized or whatever. I think it was the process, the communication, and especially even giving us, even though because we do need to approve. And it kind of puts me in a bad spot, kind of like in a previous hearing, where our appointment is right here. And if I had some questions or concerns, I would just soon do that more in a private setting than a public setting. And so that's I just hopefully in the future, especially and I think you said it and Councilman Hogan said it. I don't think there's more other than you, Mayor. I don't think there's more important position for the city than what this gentleman is going to be doing right here. So in the future, I would appreciate just a better communication, and I realize there's reasons for that not happening, but I think it needs to happen. Okay.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. Any further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilwoman Levi?
Sorry, you needed to make a comment. I was just going to go ahead and make a motion.
You want to make a comment?
Madam Mayor, you use the terms teamwork and we a lot, but we as council were not included in this at all, as far as I can tell. And communicating lack of value goes to your council too, when we're not involved in the budget process until the last week. And this too, this is a very important appointment. And I've had lunch with Tom, good guy, he knows his stuff, but I don't know what his resume is. I imagine I saw it when he first came here, maybe. But I think I have a duty as a councilman to see his resume and to see some actual written background information before I can vote on this. And so I make him in the interim. I thought we were going to have an interim when I last heard. director until the next meeting, just so we can do our due diligence and look at the resume and his background, and ask him questions if we want to call him on the phone and say, hey, what about this? In a non-public setting that may be embarrassing.
And I would have asked, actually, because you all received the council agenda on Thursday. And when you saw that there was appointment of a public works director, I would greatly have appreciated your help in helping me if you had a question that someone had reached out to me on Thursday or Friday or Saturday or Sunday or today. Because you all received it, you all knew that the appointment that I had on the agenda, the appointment tonight, and no one reached out to me to ask a question regarding the appointment, and it was on the agenda. So with that, and I'm going to go back, Bruce, I was instructed, because this is the second time it's come up on the budget, I was instructed to present a balanced budget, and my understanding is I didn't do anything any different than has been done in the past on that balanced budget, and that's exactly what we did and we went through our public hearing as has been done in the past. So that's one that I think we need to lay to rest, because I did what had been done historically, at least last year, based on what I was told, that I was doing what I was asked to do. Now on this, I appreciate the comments, but I will put it back a little bit and say, guys, call me and ask me a question. It was on the agenda, we knew it was coming, and if I failed, I apologize for that, but understanding it's my responsibility to appoint someone, and the way it was worded was that it is the council's responsibility. It wasn't meant to be in any way negative, but actually it is the responsibility, but someone could have picked up the phone and called me.
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Or notified me in advance that there was a question.
if I may follow up, the budget was done very differently than in the past, and I've been here a little bit. That was my 5th year. And I've held my tongue, and on this, if we email you, you're very busy, we get a kickback that I'll email you back at the end of the day. Some of us don't look at the packet until later. I know one other councilman doesn't look at it until Sunday night on purpose, and I didn't look at it until Sunday either, because I was out of town. So, but that doesn't matter so much as we should have been given more information, and I can't make a vote at this time. So I would move to table this until the next session and request that we get actual information on the candidate in writing.
It's a motion.
That's a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Further discussion?
Mayor Kling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so since everybody has a different of opinion, had it be not for Tom Points, I would have voted no. But for Tom, he's demonstrated what he does and how he does it. And to postpone this is absurd. Let's just vote on him, yes or no. I vote yes for him.
And I will
Mayor
say, I'd like to just say quickly too, because Victor was at our going away last Friday, Victor asked me the questions, we discussed it. He knew in advance who it was and my reasoning, and I'm not sure who else did, because of the, right, I don't know if you and I talked about Tom?
No, I just,
You were there,
you
but,
made the announcement.
right, Victor and I, well, so you were aware of who it was, because I announced it on Friday, and I had just failed to get that email out to council, because I did make the announcement on Friday for those that came. And so a few people were aware of it. And if there's a question, I still say, council, ask me the question. Rather than coming to a council meeting on Monday night and saying, you didn't tell me, any person could have picked up the phone and said, Debbie, I wonder, what are you doing and what's the process? Everyone has my cell phone, and anyone that knows me knows that I text, and I respond immediately to text, almost immediately. So,
So are you still apologizing for not giving us a resume?
no, I'm not. I mean, I'm happy to
Didn't think
forward
so.
to you a resume, but the point is, you guys have as much responsibility to ask me questions, and if I'm doing something that you're not approving of, pick up the phone and call me.
Mayor Kling, with all due respect, this isn't about you. It isn't about what you might or might not have done at this point. It's not about Tom. We all know him. We think he's a great guy, And in all likelihood, he'll make a great public works director. What we're talking about is our responsibility to the people that elected us to office to understand what we're deciding upon. And right now, I know Tom is a nice guy. I don't know his background at all. So all we're asking for is an opportunity to get that type of information provided to us. Had it been provided to us in advance of tonight's hearing, or even been in a part of our packet, it comes back to what Councilman Hogaboom was saying. There was full transparency, there was multiple candidates, there was resumes given. We were a part of the process. This is a very important position where you create you're nominating him, basically. You're not appointing him, because we have to do that. We have to ratify a suggestion to make sure that we understand and we're behind your nomination. So that's the way that the process, the checks and balances work. I'm not trying to say anything as a dispersion. I'm not. I'm just saying I'd like to have a little bit of time just to know a little bit more about Tom. And before we make an important decision to give a guy $8 million in a budget that he's going to be working with, that's a big job. So, Tom, I'd like to have lunch with you. I'd like to be able to say across the table, tell me about yourself, give me some information, what brings you to this point, and how confident are you moving forward? That's the kind of dialogue I would have liked to have had, and I didn't get that. So, and I can't remember who said it. I thought we were working with an interim for a period of time before the selection was made. So I was out of town, and so when I heard about this, it's like, wow, that was quick. Wish we would have maybe had a chance to dialogue a little bit more about it so that we'd be on the same page with you. I think you make a great candidate. I'd like to know a little bit more about him, and the idea of maybe tabling us and giving us a chance to look at his resume, I think is a worthwhile effort and offering to allow us to get a little bit more information before we make such a major decision without the information behind it. So that's the only reason I'm supporting that motion, and I think it's worthwhile.
Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question first for legal and clarification of our procedure here. We're supposed to be discussing the motion, and the motion was made to table it, and so I don't know if I am within my bounds to add to the discussion that's outside of tabling the motion.
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and discuss
Discussion.
whatever
Okay.
you think is relevant at this point.
Okay. First off, I'd like to say that, I appreciate Councilman Bruner putting it in perspective. Obviously, the mayor has apologized for what people were seeming to voice their opinion of opposition of the way that it was communicated to us. And I appreciate Councilman Rodriguez's comment, and I can't remember exactly what it was, and I apologize, but I do know that I was in support of what you said. Myself, in my last 2.5 years on council, I have taken it upon myself to work in different departments, and I have on different occasions sat down with Tom. I have gone to meetings with Tom. I have made it a point to get to know Tom. And now I remember what Councilman Rodriguez said that I felt was so very important. He has proven himself over and over again. And one of the things I want to put in perspective about the NDC appointment was, and I was one of the people that raised the question, was I'm tired of us having committees that are so heavily stocked, development-friendly, or of a certain breed that we cannot have adequate representation from our community. And that was the reason that we had such a vetting system for the NDC appointment. The other very important element of this, no, I'm not a preacher, but the very other important element to bring to our remembrance is what the responsibilities of council are and the responsibility of the mayor. And I will go back to when I was first became a city official, that I sat down with, at that time, Mayor Henry. And he showed me that it was within his responsibility to appoint council members, and it was to fill a vacancy, and it was in his responsibility, and he showed me the ordinance to appoint city officials. We would then vote on them. If we had a problem with them, we would either deny it, or at some time during their term of service, if we had a problem, we would express it to the mayor, we would bring it before them and see if it could be resolved. So that is our safeguard.
And I appreciate your comments. As mayor, I have the responsibility to supervise. I am the CEO of the staff of this city. That is my job. And it's clearly not that I don't fully regard you all and your role, but I was acting within what I understood to be my role as mayor of this city. I did an excellent vetting process, and we have an excellent team. And I will say I have apologized, but I'm also very disappointed that you would cause us to sit here and not be able to move forward, because it's in my best interest to have a good team and to get the job done, of which we do. And so I'm just disappointed. Anyone could have picked up the phone and called me, and I think we need to move forward and appoint the director, and the goal was, let's not skip a beat, let's get the job done. And that's what we're committed to do, and I have a team committed to do so.
Madam Mayor, if I may, so in this vetting process, how long has Mr. Points been an engineer? How many people has he supervised at a maximum? Give me a little of his background.
Tom, would you like to answer
No,
this
I'd
question?
like you to answer since you did the vetting process.
Okay, Tom has been with the city 2.5 years. He's been an engineer for 20 years. He has worked with the Idaho Department of Transportation. I can't tell you the exact number of employees he supervised, but he has supervised teams of people with the Idaho Transportation Department. Michael Fuse specifically went after to hire Tom Points to come work for this city because of the work that we needed to get done. Tom has clearly articulated excellent vision for this city and the team that he wants to put together and the points that he has articulated to us of what he wants to get done in his goals. And they're excellent. His writing skills are excellent, and he's very well connected and has worked within the area for a number of years. And I have full confidence in his ability. Would you like to hear from Tom at this point?
There's a motion on the table.
Okay, we're still in discussion, though.
Yeah, Mayor, I apologize if it was on me to contact you to ask for his resume. I was just waiting to receive information, so no disrespect to appointments to the Venue Management Advisory Commission, for example. I would just say, the level of consequential service to the citizens isn't as high that I asked for resumes, but I remember I think our last P&Z appointment was Jeff Kirkman, and there's several pages of his resume provided in the packet for a P&Z appointment. I know that resumes were provided for the NDC appointments, and I haven't seen a resume from Tom Points. In no way is that intended to question whether he should hold the position. I can't tell the taxpayers, those who voted for me, that I confirmed someone to Public Works without having seen their resume.
Okay, you do understand, though, operationally, I'm responsible to supervise.
I'm not questioning that,
Commissions are
yeah.
different. A commission is different. I don't supervise commissions. But when it comes to internal staff, that's my responsibility. That's the difference between a commission and what we're doing. And I understand your responsibility, but that's the difference. Is that operationally, a board does not get involved in the
I'm
operations
not
or
questioning what your
council.
role as an executive. I'm just, whether it's police chief or fire chief, public works director, those are some of they're more important than I am as a councilman. More consequential to the service of the city. So I think the most important jobs we have as council members are budget, ordinance stuff, and I'm not trying to be adversarial. Like I said, I'm not looking for a reason to vote no. I'm not suggesting that we go through a protracted process of even taking applications from outside people. And if it was on me to vet him myself upon learning of his knowledge when the email, I was here Friday when he was announced at Michael's going away party, and if I was looking in the packet and stuff for that information, when it wasn't provided, maybe I should have picked up the phone and called him or called you if that was on.
It would have
on me.
helped
Yeah.
before tonight if someone had reached out to me and
Yeah.
said, Debbie, you messed up here, right?
Yeah.
Versus tonight,
Just
but
ba-
that's
yeah,
fine.
Based on the
It's-
precedent, whether it was Jeff Kirkman to P&Z or NDC appointments, that information was provided, so it was really just incumbent on, okay, yep, he's qualified, thumbs up. So that's really what I came in tonight prepared to do, is just simply say yes, thumbs up. So I know that he's been doing the job in his position as engineer exceptionally well. Public Works Director is a slightly different job description. And so, and it's not even, I know it might be awkward, I don't know who the other interested parties are, whether Nate was an interested party, and I'm not here to try to say one's better than the other for that position. All I really need to see is a resume and to say yes, and then I can let people know that he's qualified. So whether it's police chief, fire chief, I need to at least see a resume that's presented. That's part of the official records as well, not just, it would have been satisfactory if I just privately vetted. I've spent time with Tom before. We talked a lot about streets and stuff, so I don't question his ability as engineer. It's just public works director. What is that job description? What is the resume? That's simply all I think I need to for my own conscience. And I could be wrong. My conscience might be weak in this regard, but I'm bound, I guess, by my conscientious sort of concerns in this regard.
Okay,
So Mayor, if I can just follow, I shook Tom Point's hand on, and introduced myself. He introduced his family to me on Friday. I don't have any question that handshake would be taken back. I've already voiced my opinion, and you've apologized, which I accept for the process. My main thing at this point in time, I'm really swayed. Yes, I think it should have just been proactive as far as the resume out. I repeat, you've already said that. In the future, if it wasn't Tom Points, as Councilman Levi, I've said in meeting after meeting, not with him just individually, but with him directing meetings, and I've seen that. So I am, at this point in time, going to approve, but I'm just making a point, in the future, I won't, okay? So the process, I feel like needs to be, and and you can say that's on us, yeah, I can say that, but guess what, on a Sunday, I read through the packet on Saturday and read through it a second time on Sunday, but Sunday I make a point of not trying to contact people. I just feel like it's their Sabbath day, and Monday, guess what, I go to work about 7 o'clock in the morning, so I felt like the timing just wasn't there. So not to scold you anymore, I think it's just, I would like to see a different process.
I
Okay?
appreciate
Thank
your
you.
comments, thank you.
Yeah.
So that said, I have some information to get to you. At this point, we have a motion on the table and a second, and we've been in discussion, and I believe that motion was to postpone the appointment. And so at this time, unless there's a retraction of the motion, we would need to take a roll call vote.
Rodriguez?
So
No.
Brunner?
Okay, I need to make sure.
this is to postpone.
Oh, to postpone?
This is to postpone.
No, no.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
I don't know that actually, it has to be a 4-2 vote in an appointment.
Well, but that's not the motion.
Yeah.
Mayor, the motion
To
is to whether to
postpone.
table this item until the next meeting. And I think you do have the authority to break a tie on that. You do not have the authority to break a tie if there's a 3-3 vote on the appointment.
Okay. So my vote on this one, I'm going to support the postponement only out of due courtesy to the council in erring, in giving you the resume. Just know that I will be forwarding to you the resume and the responses. And so unfortunately, we're going to pause for 2 weeks. But Tom will be filling an interim role, and he is my recommendation to move forward. With that, any other changes and move forward in positions will pause for another 2 weeks. And so our work is we're going to pause, which we'll keep working, but there will be a pause in where we're going. So,
Mayor Kling,
yes,
thank you for your consideration in that regard.
you're welcome.
It's appreciated.
You're welcome. Tom? Yes.
Mayor, Council, so, yeah, I appreciate your consideration, and I'm excited about this opportunity. Be glad to submit resumes, whatever you'd like to know about, ask me any questions, you know, I'll set up meetings. I don't want to go through all my resume tonight, you know, I don't want to be, we've had a long night, and I'm glad to do it at some point whenever you're ready to do it, so.
Mayor
I
Kling.
think it's going to be sent to us.
Mayor Kling. Tom, my main question for you is why would you want the job after what you saw Michael go through?
Don't have to.
He's taught,
You can hold on to that answer.
he's taught us well. There's a lot of us that are, could be ready for this, and so I think it's a great opportunity to lead a great team. And I've got, like Mayor says, I have a vision. You know me, I've come with a lot of ideas. I got a lot of ideas, I always have them. So, and I've got some vision I believe would help drive Nampa to its future, and so that's why I'd like to do this.
Look forward to lunch with you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So council, I will forward to you Tom's resume, his letter, the questions that were sent forth, the process that was sent forth, and so to the team here, I apologize for the pause because of my error. Not an intentional error, but needless to say, it was. And so with that, I look forward to when we get back on, you know, continue to move forward. So I'll get the information to you. Okay, so the next action item is an approval by the council to apply for the Idaho Local 2018 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant. And Brad Daniels is here to tell us about it.
I've read on that. I'm going to make a motion, whether anyone wants to second it, but I'll make a motion that we approve it. Okay, I still, I will take the accepting of that. You're not just reading something that's in our packet, though, right? Okay.
Good try. Good try.
If I may, Mayor and Council, Mary Burke, she emailed this to me like at the 11th hour today, and it's actually good news. The Canyon County Sheriff's Office in their unwillingness to want to manage the grant again this year allowed us to do it. That was gracious of them, but they're sending us about $10,000 along with that of their, excuse me, of their contribution. So the Faro camera system that we were intending to get, we were stripping down accessories to get to the bare bones minimum to fit it within the grant. Now we're not going to have to. So that's what I think is good news for us. And again, if I might be so bold as to quote Bobby Sanchez, he said this one's really summed up in just two simple words: free chicken.
For the police.
Write that one.
Boy, that's an amazing comment.
Bobby's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone, but it, you know.
Who's providing the free chicken? And where? I'm sorry.
The Burn Jag.
Okay.
So-
All right.
Mayor Kling, I'd make the motion to,
Has there been you're moving?
I'm trying to make the motion, I'm reading it, allow the council to apply for the Idaho local,
I started with the motion, but then I paused
okay.
because
So-
Captain Daniels wanted to
Oh, that's true.
be front and center.
Okay, would you
So do you want to
like
make the motion?
No, you go ahead, you're fine. I will go ahead and rescind my motion.
Okay. So
Start of the motion.
I'd make the motion to allow the council to apply for the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant JAG program. as written.
I will second it. Okay.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 6.2, this is the appointment of Dennis Fulcher and Brad Tarter to the Venue Management Advisory Commission. We've just been working diligently to identify people that would like to be a part of that. Brad Tarter is with Fairfield Inn and Suites. He's been part of the Tourism Council for some time. Dennis Fulcher is appointed as a former Fort Idaho Center Advisory Commission member. And he is there really to provide some of the institutional knowledge and background to the commission, since this is a transition from that to this. And he has agreed to serve. So those are the appointments.
I'll make the motion that we accept Mr. Fulcher and Mr. Tarter to these positions.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The next item is to authorize the mayor and public works representative to approve the 39th Street improvements to the Garrity Boulevard to Comstock Avenue right-of-way footprint.
So move.
I have a second on that one. Unless you have something more to add. Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next action item is authorizing the mayor and public works director department representative to sign a professional services agreement and task order with the Langdon Group for the facilitation of the wastewater design review committee meetings.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you,
and
Nate.
I have a few questions.
Would you, Mayor, Council, should I start this? or- So this item tonight is related to the preliminary engineering design work for the Phase 2 of wastewater. So that scope of work and fees was approved, last council meeting. And in there included facilitation and document prep for the committee meetings. Well, hindsight's 2020. Brown and Caldwell acting as the facilitator and the deliverer to the committee of technical documents seemed like a potential, or at least a perceived conflict of interest could occur there. So we stepped back and thought about who could facilitate these meetings and who has the skills to do that. Well, the Langdon Group, they've been performing that role for the city on overseeing the Nampa Stormwater Advisory Group for the last 3 years. Issue is they've been hired and paid to perform that role through EPA, so we don't actually have a City of Nampa professional services agreement with them. So we're coming back to council asking if we can enter into an agreement with the Langdon Group to perform that role as the facilitator for the wastewater advisory committee. So the action tonight, so what we're requesting is authorize the mayor and a public works department interim director, representative, to sign the professional services agreement and task order with the Langdon Group for the facilitation of the wastewater design review committee in the amount of $17,136, time and materials not to exceed.
Mayor Kling. Just for clarification, then, the dollars associated with this come out of the Brown and Caldwell contract? Or are they in addition to the Brown and Caldwell contract?
Mayor and councilman, so the dollars will be removed from the Brown and Caldwell contract.
Okay, so
There
it's not additional dollars?
is not additional dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so clarification, I think I understand, but so Brown and Caldwell initially was going to facilitate this. You felt like there was a challenge with that as far as not having a neutral facilitator. So Brown and Caldwell has agreed that they will pay Langdon to do that.
Mayor, councilor, so the city, I've requested and received from Brown and Caldwell a change order removing these fees from their contract. And then the city will sign a separate contract for the Langdon Group to perform the duties for
Okay,
those.
So we'll be billed less by Brown and Caldwell, and then we will pay out. Then I have a follow-up on that. How about where it says at the very end, billable hourly rates do not include project-related costs such as da-da-da-da-da-da-da. These negotiated project-related costs are to be invoiced to the city at the consultant's cost and sub-consultant's cost without additional markup. So I need some explanation of what that means and if that amount is beyond this $17,136.
Mayor, councilor, are you referring to the Langdon Group scope of work, or?
Yes, it says, it gave the billable hourly rates include what those included. And it said billable hourly rates in big capital letters do not include project-related costs.
Yeah, Mayor, councilor, that's correct, they don't. This is paying for labor to.
Okay, so Langdon is able to bill the city then for further costs down the line regarding specific, I mean, per diem, specialized equipment, software unless otherwise agreed to? I mean, so that there could be more excessive billing beyond this $17,136.
Oh, Mayor, Counselor, so you're referring to the professional services agreement. This is the standard form that Public Works uses. And is what it does is it locks in the standard conditions that they're gonna provide services under their professional expertise. Then there's a separate task order, the second part of the request tonight, is a task order would be issued that would have the scope of work that is also in your packet, Exhibit A, that defines what the fees are and what the product is that the consultant will provide. So
Okay, so travel outside of Kenyon County or Ada County, per diem, I'm just trying to get where we at on dollars here. So they're gonna bill us beyond the 17, I'm repeating myself, I'm sorry, but $17,136 beyond for travel and those type of things? The city's gonna be billed for that?
Counselor, so, no.
Okay.
No, you're referencing the professional standards agreement, so it
Okay.
tries to cover all the bases.
So everything's
But to answer-
everything's inclusive in that 17.1, there's no extra billing at all is what that's what I needed clarification on.
Yeah, Mayor, Counselor, we're asking for a task order for $17,136, which is all-inclusive. But it isn't up to, they may spend less than that.
I
but not
understand,
spend
but
more.
travel, any of those specific things where it says in that paragraph, do not include, that travel is included in that $17,000 or less. There's nothing.
Yeah,
that will-
Counselor, JUB is, Langdon Group is located in Boise, so that would be Ada County, Canyon County. We do not pay for travel, as stated. in-
So you're saying this is a standardized form. Okay, but you can see where I had a concern, or at least personally, I had a concern.
It's, so this is our standard agreement, and basically all it's saying is that we do not pay for mileage, reproduction costs, and those types of what we consider operating costs. And that's all included in their overhead rate, which is their billable markup. So a lot of consultants in the valley will add in mileage, even if they're in Canyon and County and Ada County, into their contracts. And we've made the business decision, and all the consultants know this that want to come work for us, that we just consider that part of your operating costs. So we don't get billed separately for those types of things. So those things are specifically being called out as those do not count towards. So it is. Nate is correct.
Here's my final
Yeah.
thing then. These negotiated project-related costs are to be invoiced to the city at the consultant's cost. So explain that to me. When it's billed to the city is what kind of put my radar.
Mayor Kling.
Yeah.
Darrell, on the very first page for the Langen Group, it states right there that their fees are time and materials based, not to exceed $17,136.
Yeah, I read that.
Okay, so, I mean, that is the high end, and they're based on time and materials. So whatever their costs are, they can't exceed that amount. They can be less. So, I mean, that's basically the executive summary that they're working off of.
Okay. I guess I'm just questioning why this language is in there at the end.
Go ahead.
I think it's the standard kind of boilerplate language that's in all of them.
So yes,
Yeah.
I
Mayor.
probably have seen it 10 other times.
Counselor, so it's standard boilerplate, and when this agreement, the agreement, not the scope of work for 17,000, when it is executed, the consultant discloses their hourly rates, their salary hourly rate, and their multiplier or their overhead costs. Those are negotiated and a part of the agreement. Then there's a task order to perform a specific project, and that's the $17,000 component. So I know it's a little confusing, but it's just.
Well, just confusing to me probably, but it just, yeah.
Well, and under section 3, at the top above that paragraph, it actually says that the hourly rates and reimbursables agreed to by the consultant in the city are included herewith, a not to exceed Reimbursable amount may be established, and that not to exceed amount is actually what was established in the letter.
And that was what's contradictory to me, then all of a sudden I'm reading this other part that the.
No, it's.
I will stop this prolonged thing and then make the motion that we authorize the mayor and public works department representative to sign a professional services agreement with the Langdon Group, with the understanding that Brown and Caldwell will be cutting their price so the city can pay the Langdon Group.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay, item 6.5. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the Federal Aviation Administration grant offer for the Airport Improvement Plan, AIP 30, for the Airport Master Plan Project.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Hi, Monty.
You sure you don't want to at least say hi or anything? And good night.
Hop on his
No.
motorcycle and go home.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 6.6 is a resolution for implementing an increase of 2.8% to the existing land lease rates in fiscal year 2019 at the Nampa Municipal Airport.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 6.7 is another resolution for implementing an increase of 2.8% to existing hangar fees in fiscal year 2019 at the Nampa Airport.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes. Comment, Mayor Kling, just so the council knows, there are no available hangars available, and there's a waiting list of 28 plus.
Wow.
Maybe we need to jack up the,
Yeah.
it's higher. That's what I was thinking. But it's
2.8,
late at night,
yeah.
so 2.8% it is. Yeah.
Okay, item 6.8 is a resolution for consideration of the council's authority under Idaho Code 63802-1F to disclaim the right to recover any or all or any portion of fiscal year 2019's foregone revenue.
So moved.
Second.
And discussion, I will remind the council that you did have testimony tonight to not go that direction from citizens, but that's just a reminder. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, this is only for this year.
Correct.
This
This
is not
is only
disclaiming
for this year.
forever.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Best practices in talking to cities is not to do this. If you talk to them, and AIC's best practices, and I just want to put it on the record, that it is not considered best practice to disclaim foregone.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, I hope this would be a habit of the council to use this foregone ordinance that was given to us by the state. We still keep that 4.3 million out there for some emergency. So thank you for doing this a little bit. I appreciate it. Should have passed.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mayor, Council. Mark, from my understanding, a resolution has no legal binding authority other than the council would have to undo the resolution if I understand, right?
No, under the statute, this would
Okay.
be a permanent waiver.
Gotcha.
And relinquishment of that portion of the foregone that's in the resolution.
For this fiscal year only, just for clarification, as it's stated.
2018.
Yeah,
Right, it does not affect any other or existing foregone from previous years.
okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank
Mayor, perhaps either yourself or Vicki could answer this for me. Foregone taxes, is there a restriction as to how they can be used?
Mayor and council, the restriction has to be identified when the foregone is used, but there's no restriction at the time that they are accumulating.
May I follow that up? So if we were to have to use foregone for something, it would still go to a public hearing?
Mayor and council, absolutely, because you would have to be identifying it through the normal budget process. You can't acquire property tax through the year. It has to be only at this time because that's when the county then can levy the tax through the successive months through the next year. So this is the only time that you can levy, or that you can identify what property tax you will be using for the next year.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
6.9 action item, it's the first reading of ordinance for the fiscal year 2019 budget.
An orders appropriating funds for a 12-month period from the first day of October 2018 to inclusive of the 30th day of September 2019 to defray the expense and liabilities of the city of Nampa for said fiscal year, specifying the objects and purposes of which said appropriation is made, authorizing a levy of a sufficient tax upon the taxable property, providing for a repeal of conflicting ordinances, directing the city clerk to file certified copies of this ordinance with the county commissioners and the Idaho Secretary of State, and providing for an effective date, referencing sources and uses of funds, appropriating monies, specifying a process for expenditures and funds, and estimated and an effective date.
So that it is requested to pass this under, in that it is a first reading of an ordinance to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
We have a number of items coming up, and actually, in the future, just a point of discussion, we may actually consider putting these on the consent agenda, but we could not do that because it's FY19 budget. So so I'm just going to go through them, but basically, they're all requests to proceed with formal bidding processes for FY19 projects. And this is so that staff can get a head start on the bidding process to ensure the projects get completed within the next fiscal year. So the first item is 610. It's authorizing engineering division to proceed with a formal bidding process for the fiscal year 19 aerial sewer replacement project.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The next item is to authorize the engineering division to proceed with a formal bidding process for the crushed aggregate for chip seal FY19 project.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The next item is to authorize the engineering division to proceed with a formal bidding process for the Greenhurst Road rebuild, Midland to Juniper FY19 project.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The next one is to authorize the engineering division to proceed with a formal bidding process for the Isaiah Drain culvert replacement on Midway Road, which is a fiscal year 19 project.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The next item is to authorize the mayor to sign a contract for janitorial services for the Nampa Public Library for fiscal year 19.
So
Question.
moved.
Question?
I have a question.
I'm sorry.
So is this in the city's budget or in the library's budget?
I'll let Brian answer that question.
Mayor and council, this funding lies in the facilities budget.
So has that been the process from the beginning?
Yes, it's by way of the library. The library pays into that. Facilities administers the contract.
So they're reimbursing the city back?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Brian, as I was reading through it, and perhaps I missed it, does this allow for window cleaning, or is that a separate issue?
The window cleaning is a separate contract.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, so I think we did not conclude the motion.
No, so moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? This is a roll call vote. Roll call?
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Vogelboom?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
The next item is to authorize the mayor to sign a contract for HVAC maintenance and repair services citywide for fiscal year 19.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
The last item on our agenda is the Compass Regional Transportation and Projects Comment Letter, and this is related to State Highway 16, and the letter was laid on here for you at your seats. Tom, thank you.
Mayor, Council, so you do have a letter we'd like to submit to Compass supporting a southern leg of the State Highway 16. So this graphic in your packet shows State Highway 16 extension from US 20 to the interstate. You'll see that although there are some, this is basically like a giant roundabout here. We've got an interchange at the I-84, and then you also have another full interchange at Franklin. So people can get east and westbound off here and get over Robinson this way, but there's not a southern connection to McDermott. And so the environmental has been completed 7 years ago on this interchange without that leg. And what we're asking for in this in the letter to Compass is that please consider a future alignment to the south for that McDermott connection, at least not preclude it in their design, because what they're doing right now is design work and right-of-way plans. So it now is a perfect opportunity for us to make our opinion and our wishes known to have a southern leg of that intersection into the future. Is there any questions?
So Mayor, Tom, where is it on the priority list currently? Is it not even on the Compass's priority list?
So this, Mayor, Council Bruner, this is ITD's project, and so my experience with working with them is once they start designing a project and putting the right-of-way plans, now they're just looking for a way to fund it. So it's about a $400 million project, and there's a lot of interest, I can tell you, and a lot of things going on.
So is Garvey or something like that, is that something that's accessible, potentially?
Potentially, it's a decision with Idaho Transportation Board.
Okay.
On how they allocate funding. They recently they shift funding a lot. They get different grants just as we do, and they have to make decisions where they're going to put their dollars. So that's a decision that we're.
So the environmental study, it was recently just funded, and actually, I don't know if it was funded, but it was recommended. It was absolutely voted on and moved up in the priorities.
I thought you said it was done. The environmental study is not done?
Well, there's some additional funding that's going for right-of-way and a couple of other things that are taking place with Highway 16.
Yeah, so Mayor, Council, they're doing a traffic analysis. They're doing right-of-way plans. They're doing preliminary design.
Right.
And there was some discussion at Compass today about environmental. And that was actually on State Highway 55, so Karcher Road on west of.
So environmental is totally done for this,
Yes,
okay, good.
yes, Mayor.
That's good.
So this actually came up, it is an open comment period. I feel like ITD should at least consider a southbound leg, and it is not in the plan, and this is just a formal request to ask them to consider it.
Good.
Coming forth from the city of Nampa.
Thanks for being proactive, that's great.
Yeah.
So we need a motion at all to
We
accepting
do.
this letter?
We do.
So moved on the letter, we approve.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So at that, I would stand for a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
You moved
Aye.
and seconded your own.
Well,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.